Reopen. N'en ouvre les portes. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on medical assistance in dying, standing in the name of Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen, seconded by Ms. Wagenthal, moves that in the opinion of the House, A, it is in the public interest to protect the freedom of conscience of a medical practitioner, nurse practitioner, pharmacist, or any other health care professional who objects to take part directly or indirectly in the provision of medical assistance in dying. B, everyone has freedom of conscience and religion under Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. C, a regime that would require a medical practitioner, nurse practitioner, pharmacist, or any other health care professional to make use of effective referral of patients could infringe on the freedom of conscience of those medical practitioners, nurse practitioners, pharmacists, or any other health care professional. And D, the government should support legislation to protect the freedom of conscience of a medical practitioner, nurse practitioner, pharmacist, or any other health care professional. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock. On a point of order, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government House leader.
Sorry for the interruption, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, I would like to indicate that there have been discussions with the parties, and if you seek it, you should find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House on Tuesday, May 17, 2016, and on Wednesday, May 18, 2016, the House continue to sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment.
Does the member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? I see the honourable member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes rising, I think, on the same point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that we would support more time to debate Bill C-14, but we'd ask that to amend the motion that the members be not sitting no later than midnight, at which time the House would adjourn. So.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the amendment? No. Okay. Well, there's neither consent at this point for the motion nor the amendment, so I guess we'll go back to orders today, and we'll hear from the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm thankful for this opportunity to speak on the motion before us today, and I want to indicate that I will be splitting my time with the member from Yorkton, Melville. The motion declares that it is in the public interest to protect the freedom of conscience of healthcare professionals when it comes to medical assistance in dying, and that everybody has a freedom of conscience and religion under Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and that a regime that would require healthcare professionals to make use of effective referral of patients would infringe upon freedom of conscience, and that number 4, the government should support legislation to protect the freedom of conscience of healthcare professionals. Mr. Speaker, it is the federal government's duty to provide legislation that protects conscience rights of medical practitioners. With respect to the rights of Canadians, it is also the government's duty to protect and preserve our healthcare system. Fundamental freedom of conscience is listed alongside other fundamental freedoms we also take for granted here in Canada, such as the freedom of religion, freedom of thought, freedom of belief, freedom of expression, freedom of the press, freedom of peaceful assembly, and freedom of association. Fundamental freedoms are not negotiable. They cannot be tossed aside if they are deemed by some to be inconvenient. Canada is not a dictatorship or a tyranny. Mr. Speaker, I know from comments made in this House and at committee that all members here are concerned about conscience rights. When Parliament has been faced with balancing conscience rights in the past, it has always strongly supported conscience rights. For example, in the Civil Marriage Act, it clearly states, "No person or organization shall be deprived of any benefit or subject to any obligation or sanction when exercising their fundamental charter rights of freedom of conscience." I believe that we can establish a framework that supports patient rights for end of life and supports conscientious objection. The problem is that Bill C-14 does not legally protect conscience rights. If C-14 comes into force, it will immediately put the charter conscience rights of the healthcare professionals at risk and ultimately undermine our healthcare system. Now, the government will argue that C-14 was amended at Standing Justice Committee this past week to prevent healthcare professionals from being compelled to participate in medical assistance in dying. The amendment made at committee states, for greater certainty, nothing in this section compels an individual to provide or assist in providing medical assistance in dying. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. This amendment in C14 at the Standing Committee offers no legal protection to healthcare providers who feel that any involvement in medical assistance in dying goes against their conscience and their profession. Just because C14 presently states that nothing in the specific section of the Criminal Code can compel healthcare professionals, it doesn't mean that any other entity still can't compel or coerce a healthcare provider against their conscience rights. For example, an employer could insist upon it, or a provincial healthcare regulatory bodies could as well. Healthcare professionals have been clear that protecting their conscience rights means that healthcare professionals should never be required to refer patients, provide medical assistance in dying, be discriminated against for their beliefs or conscience on medical assistance in dying. During the Supreme Court of Canada hearings on the Carter case, the Canadian Medical Association expressed that any legislative scheme must legally protect those physicians who choose to provide this new intervention to their patients, along with those who do not. C14 does not offer legal protection. At this committee stage, Conservatives put forward strong amendments to legally protect healthcare professionals' conscience rights, and they were rejected by the government. If C14 passes without legal protections for healthcare providers' conscience rights, Canada will be the first jurisdiction in the world that has legalized assisted suicide without robust conscience clause for healthcare providers. It is also important to recognize that without federal government direction on conscience rights, Canadians and healthcare professionals will be faced with a patchwork approach, which is not what the Supreme Court of Canada intended. For example, the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario is insisting that an effective referral system. This poses an immediate problem for those doctors who are conscientious objectors and are forced to choose between a career and conscience when this legislation comes into effect. On Wednesday, the Senate heard testimony from the Coalition for Healthcare and Conscience, an organization and a coalition that represents 5,000 physicians, 110 healthcare facilities, and 60,000 staff in the healthcare profession. They expressed grave concern that C14 offers no legal protection for conscience rights of healthcare professionals, and they were concerned that their healthcare professionals may reevaluate their career choice. And they stated, throughout our discussions with the provinces, we know that it is unclear whether in fact they will decide to legislate. In this legal vacuum, hospitals, colleges, provinces, healthcare authorities, nursing homes, and hospitals can create policies that will encroach upon the constitutional rights of caregivers. This will create chaos. For example, while one medical college, the one in Ontario, is requiring referral, at least 7 others have already indicated that they will not, end quote. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that a patchwork approach to issues like referrals and medical assistance in dying will take place. It is within this legal vacuum that healthcare professionals will face discrimination because C14 does not legally protect conscience rights. This type of situation will only harm a society, but it will also harm a healthcare system. Healthcare professionals express that they have to make the difficult decisions to leave their professions. If we fail, they will have to make the difficult decision to leave their profession if we fail to protect freedom of conscience rights. Dr. Sephora Tang, who is an Ottawa psychiatrist, shared with the Senate committee on Wednesday her concerns about the lack of protection in C14. She said, "It is very difficult for me as a professional physician and psychiatrist to say that some of my patients I should be referring to medical assistance in dying with the whole issue of conscientious objection. It's almost as though my professional judgment has been stripped. If we do not have legislation that allows me to practice according to my conscience, the time that I have with my patients to work with them will be truncated, and I feel it was to their detriment and to the detriment of their families, their friends, and the patients that are left behind, and also to the individual healthcare professionals and the team members who work on this patient as well," end quote. Dr. Matthew Mellison, an emergency doctor from Stony Plain, Alberta, also expressed this opposition to medical assistance in dying when he said, The act of helping a patient to find a physician to assist in suicide is nothing short of complacency in killing vulnerable people. As a physician, I am not aware of any medical condition where killing my patient is an effective treatment. Mr. Speaker, there are many more healthcare professionals who hold similar views and face ultimately between choosing for their conscience or their work. These healthcare professionals journey with those who are suffering and sick every day. They help patients end their lives. They help their patients with their end of their life, but they object to ending their life. The Hippocratic Oath rightfully recognizes this element of our nature. Healthcare professionals are to take an oath stating they will remember that there's an art to medicine as well as some science, and that the warmth, sympathy, and understanding may outweigh the surgeon's knife or the chemist's drug. Freedom of conscience for all healthcare professionals must be protected. HoC, a constituent in my riding, sent me an email recently stating, conscience rights are protected freedom in Canada and should not be violated. Saying this, it should be clearly stated that healthcare providers can refuse to perform or refer a physician-assisted suicide on the grounds of conscientious objective. Do not trample on the rights of one group for the perceived rights of another, end quote. A majority of Canadians agree with HoC. A recent Nanos research poll showed that 75% of Canadians agree that doctors should be able to opt out of offering assisted dying, compared with 21% of those who disagree. Even the Canadian Medical Association noted that approximately 70% of Canadian physicians do not want to participate directly or indirectly in assisted suicide. Freedom of conscience rights must be given a priority in the Charter. The government should strengthen C-14 by adding codified protections for conscience rights as anticipated in Carter, similar to recognition of conscience rights and religious rights in the Civil Marriage Act. This would be accomplished by adding an offense to intimidate or coerce healthcare professionals to take part directly or indirectly in assisted suicide or euthanasia. The government should also make it an offense to dismiss from employment or refuse to employ a healthcare professional if they refuse to take part directly or indirectly in assisted suicide or euthanasia. Mr. Speaker, if freedom of conscience rights or for healthcare professionals are not protected, the rights of the few will trample the charter rights of those who have dedicated their lives to helping us heal and live healthy lives. I hope the government will support this motion, ultimately act to legislate real protection for healthcare professionals on medical assistance in dying. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member who's proposed the motion was present at many of the hearings of the Justice Committee on this matter. The original draft of C-14 didn't have any reference to conscience rights except in the preamble. Each party had a proposal to put wording around conscience rights, and quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, it was Parliament at its best to see representatives of the Conservative Party, of the New Democratic Party, and of the Liberal Party huddle and come up with wording that they could all agree on. That wording has been amended into the bill. And here we are with an opposition day motion that seeks to subvert that all-party agreement by presenting a motion like this in Parliament. So I have two questions for the member. And furthermore, that all-party agreement resulted in a unanimous vote amending the legislation, as the honourable member pointed out. So two questions for the member. Number one, why does he seek to subvert the will and the agreement of the Conservative members of the Justice Committee? And secondly, when the department was asked about this particular provision, Joanne Kleinberg from the Department of Justice said, the view of the department is that it would be outside the scope of Parliament's jurisdiction, that the provinces are the ones that have competence jurisdictionally to legislate on this, and it would likely be invalid federal law. So my second question is, does he have an opinion contrary to that of the Department of Justice that would give us some faith in this? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sit through a number of the meetings at the Justice Committee where we brought forward many amendments to the bill. The amendment that this member speaks of is a good amendment. I'm not denying that at all. However, it still does not codify protection for conscience rights in the law. One of the things that we heard repeatedly is that we want to have consistency across the country. And in order to ensure consistency across the country, we do feel that there should be codified conscience rights. When we're talking about consistency, we always talk about it on the one side as consistency to access, and we want to make sure that that is indeed the case. But on the other side, we also want to make sure that there is consistency for protection of conscience rights across the country. And so, if we're going to enforce that, everything that we are dealing with within these bills, in providing medically assisted dying to people in this country, is a complete handshake between provincial and federal jurisdiction. And so if we're willing to put a federal plan in place on the one side in terms of right to die, we have to ensure that we put a federal framework in place on the other side in rights for conscience. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. Honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
Said the honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we all agree that it's important to protect healthcare professionals. With the Liberals and the Conservatives on an amendment, in fact, to ensure that as part of the bill, it would be indicated in black and white that the bill wouldn't require anyone to provide medical assistance in dying. And the member for Victoria at that time stated that no provision of the Act would limit the freedom of conscience as contained in Section 2 of the Charter. Now, what the Conservatives are doing here is putting forth a measure to deal with referrals, but they're looking at something that comes under provincial jurisdiction here, because this comes under the professional orders that are in the provinces. So I'm wondering if the honourable member has consulted these orders in the province.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did address this in my speech as well, is that there is precedent for this in the Civil Marriage Act, as in that the government, the federal government, is able to put into place a framework for all across the country for protection of conscience rights. And I think I'll just reiterate that again, that we need to ensure that we don't have a patchwork framework across this country. We have consistent respect for conscience rights across this country, and we have the capability here at the federal level to ensure that that is enshrined in law, and that we can ensure that our healthcare system remains strong, and that our healthcare professionals have the confidence to ensure that they remain in the system, and that we continue to have one of the best healthcare systems in the world. Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am speaking today to compel this House to ensure protection of the freedom of conscience of a medical practitioner, nurse practitioner, pharmacist, or any other healthcare professional who objects to take part, directly or indirectly, in the provision of medical assistance in dying. Os Guinness, I would like you to introduce you to, is an author, a social critic, and a member of RSM speaking team. The great-great-grandson of Arthur Guinness, the Dublin brewer. He was born in China in World War II, where his parents were medical missionaries. A witness to the climax of the Chinese Revolution in 1949, he was expelled with many other foreigners in 1951 and returned to Europe, where he was educated in England. He completed his undergraduate degree at the University of London and his doctorate in philosophy in the social sciences from Oriel College in Oxford. I say that to give him the credibility he deserves. He has said, "The freedom of conscience has always been properly understood as the first right. In a world ravaged by conflict, there is real threat to human dignity. Dr. Guinness proposes that the way forward is through engaging in the civil public square, where freedom of conscience and religion are promoted for all people, where we can disagree respectfully, where the right to free expression by all human beings is recognized. In Canada, everyone has freedom of conscience and religion under Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. No one has the right to demand all services from all providers in all circumstances." The Coalition for Health Care and Conscience represents more than 100 healthcare facilities with almost 18,000 care beds and 60,000 staff, and more than 5,000 physicians across our country. They represent several like-minded organizations committed to protect conscience rights for health practitioners and institutions. Members of this coalition include the Catholic Archdiocese of Toronto, the Christian Medical and Dental Society of Canada, the Catholic Organization for Life and Family, the Canadian Federation of Catholic Physician Societies and the Canadian Catholic Bioethics Institute, Canadian Physicians for Life, and the Catholic Health Alliance of Canada. I echo their concern that Bill C-14 does not protect the conscious rights of healthcare workers or facilities that morally object to performing or referring for what is being referred to as medically assisted death. No other foreign jurisdiction in the world has legalized euthanasia, assisted suicide, forces health care workers, hospitals, nursing homes, or hospices to act against their conscience or mission or values. Coalition member and executive director of the Christian Medical and Dental Society of Canada says these conscious rights must be preserved, and I agree. A recent Nano research poll found that 75% of Canadians agree that doctors should be able to opt out of offering assisted dying, compared to 21% who disagree. The Canadian Medical Association indicates that approximately 70% of Canadian physicians do not want to participate in any way in assisted death and euthanasia. 30%, approximately 24,000 Canadian physicians, would participate. In no way should a physician, nurse, pharmacist, or any other healthcare professional be intimidated or coerced into taking part directly or indirectly in assisted suicide or euthanasia. In the same way, neither should they face dismissal or discrimination in hiring for exercising their freedom of conscience and religion under Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Like the Coalition for Healthcare and Conscience, I fully support the right people clearly have to accept, to refuse, and or discontinue the use of life-sustaining treatment and to allow death to occur. I, too, also hold strong moral convictions that it's neither justified for a physician to help to take a patient's life under any circumstances. Our healthcare workers journey with those who are sick and suffering every day, and they will continue to do so in a caring and compassionate way. They help patients at the end of life. What they object to is ending their life. As I indicated in my first speech in the House of Commons on Bill C-14, we need to and can significantly reduce the number of people who see death as the only possible option to end their suffering by improving medical palliative care and social services. As a small but mighty example, I learned at the World Red Cross Day celebration here on the Hill, my local Red Cross received ongoing funding to continue a seniors visitation program for lonely and elderly through the New Horizons for Senior program. When they're not called out to deal with a disaster, these amazing volunteers invest in the quality of life for our elderly. Our worth as a society is measured by the support we give to the vulnerable, says Worthen. We need increased access to palliative care, chronic disease, and mental health services to help individuals who are suffering across our country. I truly believe that we have made a very grave error in putting Bill C-14 ahead of a significant palliative care initiative. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand here today on behalf of my own physician in my hometown of Esterhazy. She's an amazing doctor that takes deep personal interest in her patients. She has invested in continued and specialized training to care for the elderly. I am so grateful that she is my father's physician, who has Alzheimer's. Under no circumstances should she or any other doctor be required to assist an individual in taking their own life. I'm standing here today, Mr. Speaker, as a Member of Parliament in the Government of Canada to advocate on behalf of the rights of healthcare providers. As legislators, our first responsibility is to advocate for the vulnerable and for the conscious protection. This is foundational in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom. Without this protection, we lose our freedoms and our democracy. We have a responsibility to respect the conscious rights of our physicians and healthcare professionals who choose not to participate in assisted suicide and euthanasia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to ask the member what she might think about the charter compliance of this Bill C-14 that we're talking about here today, and the compliance with the Supreme Court decision, and whether it might not save a lot of taxpayers' money if the government referred this bill directly to the Supreme Court.
Member for Yorkton Melville. So how many amendments were made?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question. I understand that the Supreme Court has made a decision and they feel that they've made the decision that they should. And I understand that they have said to us that we have a responsibility here to now respond to their decision and bring in legislation. As I said in my first speech on this topic, I believe, in spite of the fact that all of them agreed, they've made the wrong decision. And that we as legislators have the ultimate responsibility in Canada for the people of Canada, for the laws that are made here, and that those laws have to reflect, more than anything, the rights of the vulnerable and the protection of people's conscience. So that is why I'm standing up here today to say that this is something that I don't believe is covered effectively, even with what's been put forward and agreed to in the committee. Doctors across our country are concerned, and we need to be far more specific. We have a responsibility across our nation to give this directive to our provinces. This party across the floor, who is now in government, has stressed over and over again that they want to work with the provinces to give them frameworks and to encourage them in all other areas of responsibility in our country. This is one in which we should not let Canadians down.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Maryland's going to be...
Two questions for the honourable member. What does she say to her Conservative colleagues on the Justice Committee who unanimously voted for and negotiated and agreed with the wording contained in subclause 9, that nothing in this section compels an individual to provide or assist in medical assistance in dying? What does she have to say to her Conservative colleagues that helped to come up with that wording? And the second is she offered a long list of organizations who had some problem with the absence of conscience rights in the bill. Conscience rights were put into the bill in that section that I just referred to on Tuesday. The positions that the organizations that she listed, has she talked to them since Tuesday about the amended bill? Thank you.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those are good questions. The truth of the matter is that the Conservative individuals that are on that committee put forward a number of other amendments which clearly didn't get the light of day from the committee. So I feel that we're in a situation where there's this forced timeline that I don't believe needs to be as forced as it is, and apparently there are others on your side of the floor that are now prepared to say they're willing to vote against what has been presented for other reasons, and that too in itself shows just how divided this House is and how divided Canadians are on this issue, and that's why we continue to press for concerns in regards to protection of conscience. In Ontario already, it's been made clear that doctors there will be required to provide this service. All doctors to all people. That is not right in my country. Freedom of conscience should be a first priority of our charter, and it's our responsibility in this House to uphold that.
Time for one more quick question and answer. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
In my riding of Sarnia-Lambton, we have excellent palliative care. We have a wonderful hospice with a full range of services, including spiritual counseling, all kinds of crisis care, home care. And so it seems in the assisted dying, there's potential that somebody could be prescribed something. And I see the legislation has been opened up to allow for other people maybe to have to help out taking the pill, swallowing the water. And so I'm wondering if the member could comment on their conscience rights.
Member for Yorkton Melville, a very short answer.
That greatly disturbs me to even think that direction, having done a great deal of work in palliative care and in hospitals myself, and having my dad in the circumstances that he's in. I truly believe that we can take the time and bring in a palliative care program across this country that mirrors a number of them that are very, very effective in making sure that our elderly are taken care of in their last days.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in this House to address the opposition motion concerning the conscience rights of healthcare professionals. The motion directly relates to Bill C-14, an historic piece of legislation that would create a legislative framework governing the provision of medical assistance in dying. I call this legislation historic because with its enactment, Canada would not only become one of the first jurisdictions in the world to permit medical assistance in dying, but also, even among this small group of countries, we would also be one of the first that does so in the context of a federal system of government. I am mindful of how important the issue of conscience rights is to healthcare professionals, as well as many groups who have made representations on their behalf. In the Carter case, many of the interveners who participated in the litigation raised the issue of conscience rights, including, as noted by the Supreme Court of Canada in paragraphs 130 and 131 of this decision, the Canadian Medical Association, the Catholic Civil Rights League, the Faith and Freedom Alliance, the Protection of Conscience Project, and the Catholic Health Alliance of Canada. As the Supreme Court said clearly in its decision, nothing in the court's declaration would compel a physician to provide medical assistance in dying. Following the Carter decision, the theme of conscience rights featured prominently in the consultations conducted by the Federal External Panel, and many individuals and organizations made submissions and participated in this process to ensure their perspectives on conscience rights were heard. The panel's final report noted that while the medical profession is divided on how exactly conscience rights should be protected without compromising patient access, stakeholders were unified in the view that physicians and other healthcare professionals' conscience rights must be respected and that those who choose not to participate must not face negative repercussions. The report of the Provincial Territorial Expert Advisory Group that was released in December of last year shows that it also received significant input about and carefully considered the conscience rights issue. When the Special Joint Committee of the House of Commons and the Senate conducted its own study of medical assistance in dying in January and February of this year, conscience rights continued to be front and center. Numerous witnesses raised it, and the issue was addressed in the committee's report. And following the introduction of Bill C-14, I have closely followed the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights study of the proposed legislation, as well as the Senate's pre-study, which have both heard significant evidence from many persons and organizations about conscience rights. For example, I am mindful that at the House of Commons Committee, stakeholders were from various diverse backgrounds who held a broad spectrum of views on medical assistance in dying generally, supported conscience rights. Individuals and organizations motivated by their faith traditions, including the Evangelical Fellowship of Canada, the Canadian Council of Imams, the Centre for Jewish and Israel Affairs, and Cardinal Thomas Collins all spoke eloquently about why the legalization of medical assistance in dying, which is intended to respect the charter rights of eligible patients, should not have the uncomfortable consequence of violating the charter rights of healthcare professionals. Representations from professional organizations such as the Canadian Medical Association, Canadian Pharmacists Association, and the Canadian Society of Palliative Care Physicians, and the Canadian Medical Protective Association also emphasized the need for conscience rights protections, not only through legislative measures, but also via a system that would ensure that the patient is not abandoned in their hour of need and would connect them with willing providers. Not everyone agrees on all issues that are proposed in medical assistance in dying. However, there is general consensus that the conscience rights of healthcare practitioners must be taken into consideration as we introduce this practice into our society. As the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada, I want to express my sincere appreciation to each and every one of these persons and groups, as well as the members in this House who have been so vocal on the issue of conscience rights, for contributing to a national conversation on medical assistance in dying. I am keenly aware that it takes significant time, energy, and effort to prepare and present submissions, whether it is before the courts, consultative bodies, or committees. Rest assured, your voices have been heard. In a moment, I will turn to the issue of how the government's approach to medical assistance in dying, reflected in Bill C-14, respects the conscience rights of healthcare professionals and respond to the member opposite's motion. But first, I want to take the opportunity to say a few words about the bill and how it respects all rights guaranteed under the Charter, including conscience rights. I will say more about this when the bill is reported back by the committee for third reading debate. As you know, at the Justice and Human Rights Committee, as well as in the Senate, as part of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs pre-study of the bill, parliamentarians heard from some who have expressed concerns that Bill C-14 falls short of complying with the Charter. At the same time, we've also heard from other constitutional experts who have said that, given the recent developments in the law, the bill is Charter and Carter compliant. Given all of these diverse opinions, the key takeaway here is that nobody has a monopoly on interpreting the Charter, and nobody can predict with certainty whether a piece of legislation will someday be considered by the courts. Furthermore, many of those who seem certain that this law will be struck down do not acknowledge that Bill C-14 is not the same as the previous criminal prohibition that was struck down. Let me be clear. This proposed legislation permits medical assistance in dying to an overwhelming number of those who are expected to seek it, namely those who are nearing or who are at the final stage of life. Data from places where assistance in dying is lawful bears this out. Make no mistake, C-14 would provide access to the vast majority of Canadians who would seek to access it. At the same time, Bill C-14 permits access for the majority of those who would want it. It would not allow any and all Canadians to access it. It limits access in accordance with these legislative objectives that are stated in the preamble of this bill. These new legislative objectives were not part of the old law. Accordingly, the new legislative objectives changed the Charter analysis, which is not being acknowledged by those who say that Bill C-14 will be struck down. Even the justices of the Supreme Court themselves cannot pronounce on the constitutionality of legislation until they have a real choice before them that is supported by a fulsome evidentiary record and submissions from counsel. This is especially true on issues as complex and sensitive as medical assistance in dying, with so many different, compelling, competing, and important interests. So at the end of the day, the responsibility rightly falls to Parliament to enact a law that is consistent with the Charter and that meets the needs of Canadians, striking a fair balance between all the diverse interests that are at stake. As the Supreme Court stated in Carter, any legislative regime will be shown a high degree of deference by the courts. In the context of medical assistance in dying, conscience rights raise distinct and nuanced constitutional issues. First and foremost, it is critical to note that since the repatriation of the Constitution in 1982 and the enactment of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, all statutes, whether they are adopted at the federal or provincial and territorial level, must comply with the Charter. Indeed, as trite as it sounds, we must remember that Charter rights do not come from provisions in a given law or regulation. They come from the Charter itself. Nothing is gained by having an ordinary statute confirm or affirm Charter rights. It is a recognized principle of statutory interpretation that courts should endeavour to interpret and apply laws in a manner that is consistent with the Charter and its values. So whether or not Bill C-14 or any other legislation that is proposed says something specific about charter rights, including conscience rights, it does not mean that such rights are not protected. On the contrary, as the Charter is part of our Constitution and the supreme law of the land, such rights are always protected and can only be limited in accordance with the Constitution, such as under Section 1 of the Charter, which allows for reasonable limits that can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. Therefore, strictly speaking, legislation does not need to restate rights that are already guaranteed in the Constitution, and nothing is gained in terms of charter protections by restating it from a legal point of view. In terms of public understanding, however, I do appreciate that legislative statements referring to charter rights can alleviate the comfort level of those who are affected by the law. I will say more about this in a moment. And second, but equally important legal consideration that informs how we must approach conscience rights is the other pillar of our constitutional framework, which has been with us since Confederation. Of course, I am referring to the division of powers between the federal and provincial governments. When it comes to medical assistance in dying, the Supreme Court of Canada and Carter recognized that the division of powers was implicated when they said at paragraph 53 that, quote, health is an area of concurrent jurisdiction, and that aspects of physician-assisted dying may be the subject of valid legislation by both levels of government, depending on the circumstances and focus of the legislation. In other words, while health might be, broadly speaking, an area of concurrent jurisdiction, the specific context still matters. With respect to physician or medical assistance in dying, the major federal authority to legislate in respect of health comes from the criminal law power. That power is concerned with preserving public safety as well as conveying norms about what conduct should attract the most serious sanctions available in our society. In respect of medical assistance in dying, the main federal role is to ensure that legalization of the practice takes place in a manner that minimizes the risks to the vulnerable and that supports other crucial societal objectives, such as affirming the inherent value of all Canadians' lives, supporting suicide prevention, and promoting the maintenance of a just and peaceful society more generally. That is why Bill C-14 creates criminal law exemptions for medical assistance in dying so that healthcare providers can lawfully participate in the termination of human life while maintaining criminal prohibitions against such conduct in other situations. In contrast, while the federal government administers some aspects of healthcare, for example, to First Nations who have not assumed responsibility on reserve and federal prisoners, provinces have primary responsibility for the delivery of health care and the regulation of professions, including healthcare professionals such as physicians, nurses, pharmacists, and others. They also have responsibility for healthcare institutions, including hospitals. This is because things fall under matters either specifically addressed in Section 92 of the Constitution Act of 1982 or are in respect of other provincial heads of power, including matters of a local or private nature in a province. Federal laws, including amendments to the Criminal Code and other statutes as proposed in Bill C-14, must respect this division of powers and not unduly interfere in provincial jurisdiction. To do so would be unconstitutional. It is for this reason that we as parliamentarians must be honest with Canadians about the limits of our jurisdiction and acknowledge that it would not be appropriate, for example, to attempt to directly regulate what hospitals or provincial professional regulators can or cannot do with respect to conscience rights. To do so would be misleading to healthcare providers and to Canadians. With all that said, this does not mean that we cannot address conscience rights in Bill C-14. It just means that we have to do it in a manner that respects the Constitution. As introduced, Bill C-14's preamble included language about respecting the convictions of healthcare providers. It was obvious, however, that many people did not find that reference in the preamble to be adequate. They were seeking more precision. Of course, our government wants all Canadians to have comfort as much as they can with Bill C-14. And I'm therefore pleased to report, as has been reported today, that members of the Justice and Human Rights Committee worked diligently and collaboratively to amend Bill C-14 to indicate Parliament's intent with respect to conscience rights, while also ensuring compliance with the division of powers. The committee amended the preamble to specifically recognize that everyone has freedom of conscience and religion under Section 2 of the Charter, and that nothing in the Act affects the guarantee of freedom of conscience and religion. The committee also amended the body of the bill so that in the most critical section of the Criminal Code, that law would state that for greater certainty, nothing in this section compels an individual to provide or assist in providing medical assistance in dying. I certainly welcome these amendments. There are a few important features of the amendment to the body of the bill that I believe are worth highlighting. First, it is prefaced with the expression "for greater certainty," which is legally important because, as I mentioned earlier, it helps remind the reader that the source of conscience rights is in the Charter, not the provision that would be inserted in the Criminal Code. Second, the new provision explains that nothing compels an individual. That language clearly communicates that while it is true that Bill C-14 removes the criminal prohibition against medical assistance in dying in certain defined circumstances, such a change to the Criminal Code does not impose any positive duty that did not exist in the law before. It is not this change to the Criminal Code that makes medical assistance in dying a form of health care. It only opens the door to it. It is also consistent with the framework for medical assistance in dying put forward in Bill C-14, which is, as I have mentioned, a new set of criminal law exemptions from various offences that would now permit conduct that used to be illegal in order to give effect to the Supreme Court's ruling in Carter. We must remember that what the Carter ruling did was find those criminal prohibitions to be unconstitutional. Third, the language in the new provision specifically indicates that nothing compels an individual to provide or participate in providing medical assistance in dying. As all of you are aware, Charter rights belong to all Canadians, not just physicians, nurse practitioners, or pharmacists. By using the word individual, the provision is clear that the bill does not impose any new positive duty on anyone, including but not limited to those healthcare professionals, to provide or participate in medical assistance in dying. At the same time, this new provision added by the committee does not interfere with the division of powers, nor does it encroach on the jurisdiction of provincially regulated entities. In terms of working together, since the Carter decision, one thing that we have consistently heard from many individuals and organizations that have spoken about conscience rights is the need for there to be real, practical solutions to the problem of palliative care. The Minister of Health has emphasized, and I agree with her, that non-legislative measures can act in tandem with Bill C-14 to ensure the charter rights of everyone involved and that they can be respected. This is why the government has announced its commitment to work closely with the provinces and territories to put in place a system that will connect willing providers to patients who qualify for medical assistance in dying. This is in line with the long-standing Canadian tradition of cooperative federalism, which is about each level of government working together while also respecting their respective jurisdictions. I am confident that this system will meet the access needs of Canadians and play an important role in ensuring that healthcare professionals can continue to care for their patients in a manner consistent with their beliefs and their values. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite's motion is well-intentioned. It speaks to rights and values that are important to many Canadians, particularly as they pertain to medical assistance in dying. However, I cannot support it. As amended, Bill C-14 appropriately responds to all the important considerations that surround medical assistance in dying, including enabling autonomy for persons who choose a peaceful death, protecting vulnerable persons, affirming the value of the lives of all Canadians, and respecting the charter rights of healthcare professionals. The bill respects these rights in a manner that is consistent with our constitutional framework. Unfortunately, the member opposite's motions fails to meet a similar balance, and I will not be supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We will now have time for approximately half of the 10-minute question and comment period following the minister's speech, and then we'll have to have the second half after question period. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for being here today to hear our comments. I've heard this government cite that they will leave conscience protection to provincial jurisdiction. However, in Ontario, I would certainly not want to leave conscience protection to Kathleen Wynne because from her actions to date, she does not appear to have a conscience. Seeing how the province of Ontario will force medical professionals to participate in assisted dying and thus violate their charter rights and freedoms, does the minister not see the need for the federal government to mirror the protections provided federally for the Civil Marriage Act, which is a provincial responsibility?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the honourable member's question. To reiterate what I stated in my comments, there is nothing in this federal legislation that would compel medical practitioners to participate in medical assistance in dying. And I am very pleased that all parties at the Justice and Human Rights Committee worked collaboratively and agreed on an amendment that would not only provide a discussion about this in the preamble, but for greater certainty, placed the conscience rights of medical practitioners into the body of the legislation. We live in a country that I embrace in terms of the realities of cooperative federalism, and both myself, the Minister of Health, and our government will continue to work collaboratively with the provinces and territories to ensure that we have a substantive relationship and ensure that we provide a regime of medical assistance in dying that is consistent with the charter rights of all Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
And through you, I'd like to thank the Minister for attending and participating. Mr. Speaker, in fact, I think that the Minister is misleading the House. She stated that the Bill C-14 enables autonomy and access to the majority requesting the right to assistance in death. And in fact, her bill excludes a whole category of persons, including my constituent John Tuckwell, who is suffering immeasurably under ALS, has been forced to go to the courts in order to get assistance in dying. I wonder if the Minister could qualify why she is saying that the majority who are seeking this assistance, who are suffering grievously, according to what the Carter decision has said, and why she is varying the Section 7 Charter rights of Canadians.
Of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my honourable colleague across the way. This is a deeply personal and complex issue, and we have sought to move forward and introduce Bill C-14, a piece of legislation that provides what we believe to be the best option for our country at this time. We have heard from a diversity of perspectives, and the object of this particular piece of legislation, which is in response to the Supreme Court of Canada's decision that said two things. One, that an absolute ban on medical assistance in dying in this country is unconstitutional, and had placed upon Parliament, two, the need and the necessary ability and direction that Parliament put in place a regime that ensures that we protect the personal autonomy of individuals while we, at the same time, ensure as much as we can protection for the vulnerable people among us. And this also includes ensuring the conscience rights of medical practitioners. We have put forward a bill that seeks to do and provide that necessary balance and respond to the Supreme Court of Canada.
There will be 6 minutes remaining in questions and comments after the minister's speech following question period. Statements by members. L'honorable député de La Pointe.
The honourable member for La Pointe de Lille.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, yesterday another vigorous study on the finances of an independent Quebec was presented, and it responds to the arguments put forth by my colleagues who think that they can scare Quebecers by saying that equalization payments would have to be cut if they don't accept Quebec becoming an oil sands highway. This financial analysis shows that once again, by recovering billions of dollars, tax dollars collected in Quebec by Ottawa, not only could Quebec assume all of these expenditures, including old age pension, and they could use this funding to develop its economy based on its strengths, renewable energy, the electrification of transportation, and aeronautics. I salute all of the supporters of the Bloc Québécois. This weekend, there will be assemblies across the province, and they will explain that what is beneficial for Quebec is not begging for our own money from Ottawa, but recovering all of our power and our taxes.
Alchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The month of May is Brain Tumor Awareness Month in Canada, and it's a time to reflect on and bring attention to the estimated 55,000 Canadians living with a brain tumor. Brain tumors continue to afflict too many Canadians, and particularly hard hit are children and infants. One of those victims was Brandon Dempsey, who passed away at the age of 18 after a long battle to survive. Brandon's incredible determination and courage inspired my motion M235 that passed in this House on February 14, 2007. This motion called on the government to implement a national strategy to count and classify malignant and non-malignant brain tumors, as both can have profound effects. I encourage government to continue efforts to ensure that M235 achieves all the results hoped for by Brandon Dempsey when the motion passed. In the meantime, many other significant advancements have been achieved, and there's great hope for more progress in the years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, a publication by Statistics Canada on family violence states that 11% of Canadian female spousal victims were pregnant during violent incidents between 2004 and 2009. Within this 5-year period, 63,000 pregnant women were violently victimized by their spouse while carrying their child. Choosing to become a mother should be joyful and exciting, but clearly too many pregnant women in Canada are victims of violent crimes that injure the child they carry, jeopardizing a woman's choice to have a family. Cassie and Molly's Law is named in reference to one of the latest murders of a pregnant Canadian woman, Cassie Cake. Cassie was murdered in her Windsor, Ontario home in December 2014 when she was just weeks away from giving birth to her daughter, Molly. This new legislation is precise and robust, amending the criminal code to create a new sentence for crimes against a pregnant woman that injure her preborn children. Cassie and Molly's Law will also codify pregnancy as an aggravating factor. I invite my colleagues to join me in supporting these new protections of pregnancy.
Member for Gatineau.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to announce that I accepted, with 11 other eminent members of the Gatineau community, to participate in the Grand Saut, Big Jump, for a great cause organized by the Outaouais Centre d'Intervention en Abus Sexuels pour la Famille. So, Mr. Speaker, anyone who wants to see their MP jump out of an airplane will see that happen after having exceeded the funding objective of $25,000. The 12 ambassadors will jump from an airplane at about 14,500 feet as a symbol of the courage that families and children need to show to deal and cope with life after sexual abuse. And these jumps will take place on May 22nd and 28th. The funding collected will help us, 2 new groups of children who are victims of sexual abuse, and one may be set up for children who are victims of cyberbullying in a sexual context. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise in the House today to underscore an important event that will take place across Canada, the Canadian Cancer Society Relay for Life. And I'd like to invite my fellow citizens to register for this unique event that will take place in Drummondville between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. on June 4th and 5th at the Saint-Jean-Baptiste Recreational Community Centre. I'd also invite people to mobilize to gather and collect funding for research on cancer. Please go out and buy some candles that will be set alongside the route of where people are walking to light it. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Stéphane Theroux and Nathalie Theroux, honorary president and president of the organizing committee, as well as all of the organizers. Participate in this rewarding experience. Please join us. It's an event not to be missed.
Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, on the morning of May 14, 2015, Captain Michael Ant and his fellow members of the Muscush Volunteer Fire Department were called to an emergency scene in Western PEI. Afterward, while returning to his day job, Mike was killed in a single-vehicle accident. His death was the direct result of a medical condition, and he was considered to have died in the line of duty owing to the strenuous work of emergency response. Mike served as a volunteer firefighter for most of his adult life. He had also become involved in volunteering with youth and helped to found the department's junior firefighter program. In many Canadian communities, emergency response is handled in large part by volunteers like Mike Galland. Their hard work and sacrifice serves to keep Canadians safe, as we have seen so clearly from the astounding efforts of firefighters in Fort McMurray. Tomorrow, Mike will be remembered in a public ceremony at the Muscush Fire Hall. In the fall, he will be honoured with a service at the National Firefighters Memorial here in Ottawa. By his family and by his community, he is dearly missed.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, May 9th to May 15th is National Nursing Week, a week that encompasses International Nurses Day and Florence Nightingale's birthday, May the 12th. The Canadian Nurses Association is the national professional voice for registered nurses. The theme this week, or the theme this year for National Nursing Week is Nurses with You Every Step of the Way. It's an honor for me to rise in the House today to recognize the vital contributions that nurses make in the health and well-being of all Canadians, both across Canada and in my hometown of Oshawa. With more than 406,000 regulated nurses across Canada, they are by far the largest group of healthcare providers in our country. Our party supports nurses in their commitment to delivering safe, effective, and quality health care. On behalf of all Canadians, I'd like to say thank you to Canada's nurses, nursing students, and our next generation of nurses for their leadership in delivering better health for our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday was Mr. Pierre Olivier organized an event in my riding, and it brings in a lot of young artists in my riding. People from the Marie Volée Professional Design Center, and I want to underscore the significant contribution in this area. For some 31 years, this enables lots of young people aged 12 to 18 to participate in activities that are organized in a healthy environment. They can participate and they learn about all kinds of values. They become, as a result, active, responsible citizens in the community. I want to thank the Maison des Jeunes in Cap Rouge for their dedication and commitment, and especially Mr. Michel Boissin, who's been the coordinator for many years and who is doing an excellent job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the month of May this year, Tamil Canadians mark the 7th anniversary of the end of the very tragic and traumatic events that took place in Sri Lanka. Leading up to May 19, 2009, tens of thousands of people lost their lives. Many Tamilian Canadians, including those living in my riding of Nepean, lost family members during the violent events which have left a painful and indelible scar in our hearts. It's also a chance to reflect on the root causes of the conflict and work towards a better future for their entire people. Let us never forget what happens to Tamil people during this tragic part of their history. This will be a constant reminder for us to help Tamilians in their struggle to recover from this tragedy and to do whatever possible to prevent this from happening again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As most of us know, last week was Startup Canada was in Ottawa for their Day on the Hill. Startup Canada is a grassroots organization that represents 22 startup communities and over 120,000 individual entrepreneurs. And what's better, they achieve this through volunteers and private capital. Whether it's developing a new app, creating an amazing product, or reinventing the wheel, Entrepreneurs are a big part of driving productivity and innovation in Canada, and for that, they should be celebrated. I'm proud that I represent the City of Barrie, which is one of these 22 startup communities. I especially want to recognize my friends from Barrie, Chad and Sandra Ballantyne, who are part of the Startup Canada delegation. They do incredible work fostering entrepreneurs of all ages and types in the Greater Barrie area. In closing, I want to congratulate everybody from Startup Canada for their successful day on the Hill, and I want to thank them for keeping the entrepreneurial spirit alive and well in Canada.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address the ongoing economic challenge in my riding. The town of Wabush, founded on iron ore mining, but with low global commodity prices, the company operating to mine Cliffs Natural Resources entered bankruptcy protection. While this may be an unavoidable circumstance in a free market economy, what has happened to the pensioners should not be unavoidable. The Companies Creditors Arrangements Act protects creditors. It gives them the confidence that they won't lose their investment. However, in the case of Wabush, the company's underfunded health and pension plans were left to languish while the company liquidated assets for its creditors. Pension funds should not be allowed to be so terribly underfunded, nor should profitable companies be allowed to abandon their negotiated obligations to the very workers that made them profitable. We need to act now to protect Canadians who worked their whole lives to build our companies and build our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, during this week's 95th Annual Assemblies of the Union of Municipalities of Quebec, I'd like to take this opportunity to underscore the remarkable contribution being made by the municipal communities to the Canadian economy. Having been councillor myself in La Prairie, in Saint-Philippe, I understand the essential role that municipalities play in delivering services to citizens. Working often in the shadows, they are often on the front line for the various levels of government. It takes events like the one that occurred in Lake Megantic and in Fort McMurray to realize just how strong and supportive municipalities are and how we can count on them to achieve the impossible. That's why I want to pay tribute to the various elected officials and stakeholders from the municipal community across the country. I want to thank them, more specifically those from the 7 municipalities in my riding, for the exceptional work that they do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow will mark 8 years of imprisonment for 7 innocent Baha'i religious leaders. Their only crime is freely practicing their faith in Iran and serving the needs of their fellow believers. On May 14, 2008, morning raids tore these innocent men and women from their homes and families and began a long 8-year charade of false charges, legal delay, and blatant disregard for Iran's own penal code. In fact, these innocent men and women are now well overdue for conditional release, but the regime continues to ignore international voices as it pursues its long-standing cradle-to-grave persecution of the Baha'i minority. Tomorrow's day of outcry is an attempt to change that. The case of the Baha'i 7 is just one more example of Iran's total disregard for the rule of law and the fundamental rights of their own people. I encourage all members to add their voice to mine and countless others around the world when we declare that enough is enough. It's time for the Iranian regime to adhere to their own laws and to release the innocent Baha'i 7 immediately.
The Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to rise today to congratulate the Minister of Democratic Institutions and the Government House Leader for the motion to begin our national discussion on electoral reform. Our government is continuing to fulfil its pledges to Canadians to strengthen and to modernise our democratic institutions.
I want to congratulate the ministers for having proposed that all parties in the House, including the Green Party and the Bloc Québécois, participate in these discussions in order to modernize and reform our democratic institutions. It's vital that all parties in the House and all Canadians and communities have an opportunity to speak to this very important issue. It's time to remind Canadians that they are masters of their destiny. Modernizing our voting system will give us all an opportunity to have more influence over the future of our country. Let's take steps so that 2015 is the last first-past-the-post election. Thank you.
For South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, this year marks the centennial of the Migratory Birds Convention Act, a landmark piece of legislation that was the beginning of effective conservation efforts in North America. And Saturday is International Migratory Bird Day, celebrating one of the most spectacular events on Earth. We talk a lot about Canada's exports in this House, but one of our greatest exports is birds. Each year, over 3 billion birds are produced in Canada to fly south and spend the winter in warmer climes. They return in spring to our vast forests, our long summer days, and our generous supply of insects. Bird populations are literally the canaries in the coal mine for environmental health. But recent studies have shown that almost half of Canadian bird species are declining, and we need to work hard with our neighbours in North and South America to reverse these declines. Tomorrow morning, Nature Canada is hosting a celebration of migratory birds in Brewer Park in Ottawa, and I invite all MPs to join me there to celebrate our birds.
Perfect. Halliburton, fourth of Lakesbrook.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister went to Quebec City yesterday to defend his surplus-slashing, deficit-building budget and delivered a cringeworthy performance reminiscent of the worst wedding speech I think anyone's ever heard. Let's just say he shared a little bit too much information. But the interesting fact is that when it comes to sharing, specifically on budget transparency, the Parliamentary Budget Officer said that the Finance Minister did not provide enough information. The PBO accused the Finance Minister and the Liberal government of suppressing financial data. He accused them of twisting and exaggerating the information it did provide the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and the PBO said that the Liberals didn't provide them any information for them to judge their projections. Mr. Speaker, this is becoming a trend with this Liberal government. Not only have they misled the PBO, but they have misled Canadians about the fact that Conservatives left Liberals with a healthy surplus, a fact confirmed by his own department officials. Mislead, misdirect, mistakes. Mr. Speaker, meet the new Liberals, same as the old Liberals.
Now the member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to rise before the House today to celebrate Asian Heritage Month. I'm fortunate enough, Mr. Speaker, to represent one of the most diverse ridings in Canada. In my riding of Willowdale, generations of Asian Canadians have profoundly contributed to our culture, our economy, and the richness of our day-to-day lives. Asian Canadians have not only made important contributions in Willowdale, of course, but throughout Canada. Asian Heritage Month provides Canadians from coast to coast the opportunity to celebrate the transformative contributions Asian Canadians have made to our great country over the course of many decades. In that spirit, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say in Mandarin, Yang Wo Min Jin Xie Yi Ge Gung Tung De Wei Li. Let us build our collective future together. And in Korean, let me add, Dan Gachi He Bop Chidap. Let's continue moving forward together. Thank you.
What he said. Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, yet another broken promise from the Liberals. Just yesterday, the President of the Treasury Board said, quote, "We want to make it absolutely clear that we are ending the ability for any government to use tax dollars to fund what are partisan or quasi-partisan ads. Rules include the advertising must be, quote, devoid of any name, voice, or image of a minister, member of Parliament, or a senator." And yet, in the same breath, they are defending a video that stars the Prime Minister. Why would the Liberals break their own rules for the Prime Minister's special vanity advertising project?
The Honourable Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. During the election campaign, we promised to change the way that the government does advertising. We committed to eliminating partisan government advertising and to modernize its communications. Yesterday, and this is good news, yesterday the Government of Canada took another step to make government more open, more transparent, and accountable. The policy announced yesterday relates to paid advertising. This video is not paid advertising. Destination Canada's social media marketing campaign is in line with the government's new policy. We are proud of the role that Destination Canada plays, their partners and tourism industry stakeholders played in stimulating economic growth. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, they should probably stop listing their campaign promises because it's just reminding Canadians that they keep breaking them. Would they really have us believe that a Crown Corporation used no taxpayers' dollars to create this advertisement? Apparently, the new rules don't apply to this Prime Minister. The Liberals are the masters of do as I say, not as I do. When will the Liberals apply the new rules to the Prime Minister's puff piece?
Honourable Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. We are proud of the work that Destination Canada does. Their partners and tourism industry stakeholders play in stimulating economic growth. For the first time in over a decade, overnight visitors to Canada increased by 7.5%, outpacing the international growth of 4.4%. These visitors spent $16.8 billion while in Canada, contributing to the livelihood of over 190,000 small and medium-sized tourism businesses and supporting over 637,000 jobs. The tourism industry is important for economic growth. We support tourism. Thank you.
The member for Carleton knows we all appreciate good humor, but he should save it for when he has the floor. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals just can't stop breaking their own promises. The very day that they announced new rules to keep politicians out of government ads, they broke the rules with the Prime Minister's own vanity project. The arrogance and hypocrisy of this is just astounding. Will the Liberals pull this government-funded advertising, or are they still entitled to their entitlements?
The Honourable Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, our government took another step for a more open and transparent government by delivering on our commitment to eliminate partisan government advertising and to modernize communication. The policy announced yesterday relates to paid advertising. This video is not paid advertising. We are proud of the work that Destination Canada does. We are excited to welcome people from around the world, especially the U.S., for our 150th celebrations next year. Everyone is welcome to come visit Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, once again, this government has expressed great principles, but they're not following them at all. Yesterday, the President of the Treasury Board tabled new regulations to prevent elected officials from being present in government advertising, and here the Prime Minister is the first to break the new rules. Destination Canada is a Crown Corporation. They put together this video with the Prime Minister. Could the government recognize that once again they have broken a promise they made to Canadians?
Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Destination Canada's social media marketing campaign is completely in line with the new government's policies. We are proud of the role that Destination Canada plays, their partners and tourism industry stakeholders played in stimulating economic growth. For the first time in over a decade, overnight visitors to Canada increased by 7.5%, outpacing international growth of 4.4%. This is an exciting time with huge opportunities for the tourism industry, and I support Destination Canada's independence in choosing the best possible marketing campaign to showcase Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Louis Saint Laurent. Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I must recognize one thing. It's good. The minister understands advertising principles. She repeats the same thing 3 times over, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's true. The question is clear, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the government said that it needs to eliminate all advertising that includes images of MPs, senators, or ministers. But the Prime Minister is still the Prime Minister, and yet he's breaking the regulations established by the President of the Treasury Board. Why is the government once again saying one thing and doing exactly the opposite? That's the Liberal way.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. And in all honesty, if they're going to repeat the same question, I'm going to have to repeat the same answer. The answer is the answer. During the election campaign, we promised to change the way the government does advertising. We committed to eliminating partisan government advertising and to modernize communications. Yesterday's announcement did exactly that. Destination Canada's marketing campaign is totally in line with our new rules, and Canadians will be proud and should be proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Well, they've broken a promise, and the promise comes from the Liberal election campaign. Their platform was clear. They would ensure that government advertising was not partisan, but that's not what they announced yesterday. They've spent millions in government advertising, just like the Conservatives always did. When will the government respect its commitment to Canadians in terms of advertising?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. I encourage Canadians to have a look at the Destination Canada's amazing marketing campaigns. I am confident that they will be as proud as I am of the work that Destination Canada does in promoting our nation, our culture, our diversity, our cuisine. There is so much that our nation has to offer. Yesterday's announcement was a good news announcement for more open and transparent government. Our advertising rules are in line with the commitments that we promise Canadians, and I know Canadians are proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
New Westminster Burnaby.
All the talking points in the world don't change the fact that they broke their promise, Mr. Speaker. And these weak new rules come with a whole bunch of liberal-sized loopholes. The rules won't apply to taxpayer-funded online promotional videos featuring who? Featuring the Prime Minister. So when will the Liberals admit that this self-promotion on the public dime is not what they promised, not what they advertised last October, and will they now close all of these self-serving Liberal loopholes?
Honourable Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Government of Canada took another step to make the government more open, more transparent, and more accountable. We look forward to working with members in this House. The policy announced yesterday relates to paid advertising. This video is not paid advertising. We have a Prime Minister that people want to meet and get to know. This is an exciting time, Mr. Speaker, and we should be proud.
I want to remind the member for New Westminster Burnaby that when he asks the question, it's important to also listen to it.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has approved today the sale of Rona to the American company Lowe's. The guarantees obtained by the minister are problematic, however. One of the conditions is to maintain a high level of employment here, and that means nothing. Are jobs in danger here? How many jobs are we expecting will be lost in Quebec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Economic Development. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. Today, I should say, the Minister has given his approval for the sale of Rona to Lowe's. Our government is very happy that businesses like Lowe's continue to invest in Canadian businesses. And we know very well, Mr. Speaker, that the development of a more innovative Canada cannot be done without the presence of competitive Canadian businesses which participate in the world value chain and which contribute to growing our economy. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. The government is not very reassuring. I'll say this again. Lowe's said when they bought, they're repeating what Lowe's said in their offer. However, we need firm conditions. Can the minister not take additional efforts and explain what job protection assurances they have received? Could they not make their analysis public? Mr. Speaker, this is a good opportunity to let the honourable colleague know that all of what conditions were required with the sale. First of all, the headquarters will remain in Boucherville in Quebec. We will maintain the important role of Canadians in management at Rona. We will maintain a high level of jobs in business in Canada, and we will maintain the name Rona, and we will give local businesses the opportunity to provide products to Lowe's and Rona across Canada.
Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister believes that his amazing and innovative new consultation process will win the consent of the people to change the voting system in this country, he should have no trouble winning a referendum on his plan. The trouble is that it is not at all clear that he either has that support or ever will have that support. And he wants to make sure that once Canadians find out what his plan actually is, they won't be able to say no. The new voting system needs the democratic consent of Canadians, or else, by definition, it is not democratic. So, why won't the Prime Minister hold a referendum?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
The opposite has proposed no ideas. The reality is I don't know what they would hold a referendum on. When we look at the last election, and we look at the problems the Canadians saw with our democratic systems, the scandals in the Senate, the disenfranchisement from the Unfair Election Act, the scandals that happened with violations of the Elections Act. That's why they lost. That's why Canadians said this had to be the last time that we saw those kind of violations, and that we needed a new system of governance, that we needed to modernize our system. That's exactly what we're going to do. I engaged them in this. I asked them to participate in finding that better way, that better system.
The member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
So, Mr. Speaker, if I understand the first part of the Parliamentary Secretary's response, he's saying that there will never actually be a proposal unless the opposition parties come up with it, and the government will not actually be coming forward with any proposal ever. That will be a problem, Mr. Speaker. But let me suggest an alternative narrative. There's a process to design a new system designed by the Liberal PMO. The timeline is controlled by a Liberal minister. The proposal, for whatever is approved, will be done through the Liberal majority on the committee. The outcome will be decided by the Liberal cabinet. At some point, Canadians should have to say, why can't Canadians vote yes or no on the Liberal proposal, which will come eventually via a referendum?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is how a proposal is going to come. A proposal is going to come by us engaging Canadians in all 338 ridings, going coast to coast and listening to them, working with the member opposite and all members in this House on compromise and middle ground and understanding how we can modernize this system. I don't accept the cynical approach of the member saying that from the outset that it's impossible to find consensus. I think let's work together. Let's find that better system. Let's make sure that we find that right path, and in doing so, we'll give a better voting system for Canadians.
Member for Banff, Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think the media believes it's built on compromise and middle ground. Let's go over some of the comments that have been made on the Liberal plans to change the way the Canadians vote. National Post columnists say the minister is adrift in a sea of platitudes, and also that the Liberals were on top of their game with electoral reform doublespeak. And the Globe and Mail says it's built for Liberal control. Can the Liberals just cut the charade and answer the question? Will they give Canadians a chance to have a say in a referendum, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I've been very clear that the consultation process that's going to happen is going to reach out to every corner of this country. The idea that the only form of valid consultation is a referendum is an interesting concept to hear from the members opposite. They never advocated this policy before. When they created the Unfair Elections Act, it wasn't as if they even consulted in many instances with their own caucus, let alone Canadians. So I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that they give this a try, that they work on trying to find a better system, that they engage us with a dialogue with all Canadians on modernizing our electoral system and enfranchising Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Banff, Airdrie.
We're happy to engage in a dialogue, but Canadians need to have a chance to have their say on whatever the results are in a referendum. Listening to Canadians is at the heart of a healthy democracy. Despite those being the words of the minister, it's obvious that Liberals have no intention to actually listen. The Prime Minister has been quite clear about his preferred voting system, and he's stacked his committee with a Liberal majority. So the fix is already in. If the Liberals were serious about listening to each and every vote, they would give a referendum. Why won't they hold one?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, they should try consultations. They might like it. They may enjoy the process of engaging with Canadians and listening and having an exchange of ideas, and that's what this process is about. And I welcome the member to do that. I am yet to hear a single proposal of how they would modernize or improve our electoral system. I don't even know what their question to Canadians would be. So work with us on trying to find that better way, that better system, and making sure that the Canadian population gets the voting system they deserve.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, well, we're far from the so-called sunny ways of the Liberals. It is up to Canadians to choose their voting method and not up to a partisan Liberal committee. Mr. Speaker, why is the government proposing a parliamentary process that's been decided in advance instead of a referendum, which is the best solution?
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I know the party opposite isn't advocating any new ideas, that they're advancing the status quo. We had a referendum on the status quo. It was the last election. More than 60% of Canadians voted no, that they didn't want to continue with the status quo, that they wanted change. And that's exactly what we're going to make sure happens in this process. And I want to work with the honourable member across. I want to work with all Canadians on finding a system that's going to achieve exactly that, enfranchising Canadians, giving them the power to have their say in a more fair way. I'm excited. Let's work together.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, Once again, the lack of vision from this government is weakening our democracy. Instead, they're proposing a parliamentary process that's been decided in advance by the Liberals for the Liberals. Mr. Speaker, why is the government refusing to hold a referendum on electoral reform?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what weakened our democratic institutions, what weakened our democracy, was the violations that we saw, the abuses that we saw, things that we saw in the Senate, the unfortunate scandals that took place with members abusing the Elections Act. That's what they wanted to end. They wanted something different. That's what they asked of us, Mr. Speaker. They asked to end that way of doing democracy and have something more open, more inclusive. And that's the process that we're engaging in. And if the member wants to see that kind of new way, wants to see that stronger democracy, here's his chance. Participate in the committee. Engage Canadians from coast to coast. Let's make it.
Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, fewer than 1 in 10 Indigenous people in Canada have a university degree. This is not because the demand isn't there, it's because the funding isn't there. During the campaign, the Liberals promised to put $50 million into the post-secondary student support program every single year. And how much money was in their budget this year? None. The Liberals promised a new relationship with Indigenous people, so why are they blatantly breaking their promise and failing to support Indigenous post-secondary education?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his questions. We certainly believe that more should be done and could be done in partnership with Indigenous communities to support the success of Indigenous students. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we are working with Indigenous students, parents, educators, and many groups to ensure how we can best do that. We have applied many resources and supports to help post-secondary Indigenous students across this country. We're going to continue to do that because we believe that our Indigenous young people are worth investing in, and as Canadians, we will be investing.
Member for Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Health told the House that she is, quote, working toward a plan to increase access to mental health services. Mr. Speaker, this is the time for action. Does the Minister not understand people in my community of La Loche, in Cross Lake, and so many other communities don't need work on a plan? They need mental health care workers now. Will the Liberals immediately provide the necessary mental health workers for La Loche and Cross Lake? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to closing the gap in health outcomes for First Nations and Inuit Canadians. In Budget 2016, we outlined our historic investment of $8.4 billion to improve the socioeconomic conditions of Indigenous people and their communities. We're investing more than $270 million this year to support the mental wellness needs of First Nations and Inuit communities, including mental health promotion, addiction, suicide prevention, and counseling. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, Sergei Magnitsky was a lawyer who, after accusing Russian officials of theft, was arrested and tortured in prison. He later died in that very prison. Since that time, the United States has passed a law seeking justice for Mr. Magnitsky. In Canada, such a law was adopted by all parties until yesterday. Mr. Speaker, why is the Minister of Foreign Affairs breaking a Liberal campaign promise and opposing justice for Sergei Magnitsky?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I suppose that one of the reasons the previous Conservative government never did what the member is now asking for was because they knew that the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act already has the power to ban these individuals from entering into Canada. So why the government did not say that at that time? It was the truth, and they hid it.
Honourable Member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in a complete show of bipartisanship, the Conservative member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman stood shoulder to shoulder with both the current and former members from Mount Royal. Erwin Kotler, a man who garnered much respect from both sides of the aisle throughout his career, said, and I quote, "It is now the responsibility of this government to adopt this legislation." Mr. Speaker, why is the Minister of Foreign Affairs listening to the advice from Vladimir Putin instead of Erwin Kotler?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, by a matter of fact, this government increased the sanctions against Russia if you compare with the former government. But the fact is that not only the law as it exists would ban these individuals to come in Canada, but regarding sanctions, the Foreign Affairs Committee will be looking at that as part of its review of the Special Economic Measures Act, and this government is looking forward to that study and that report from the committee.
For Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, Bill Browder has been fighting to preserve Magnitsky's memory, joined the all-party support for my Conservative colleagues' private member's bill. But he didn't have great things to say about the Minister of Foreign Affairs. When it comes to seeking justice, Mr. Browder said that the minister is wrong and that the lack of action is an excuse. He doesn't care about the morality of this issue. He just doesn't want to rock the boat. It's just another example of the Liberal Conservative so-called responsible conviction policy.
Shameful.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it's certainly a responsible conviction to do everything we can to be sure that these individuals will be banned in Canada and that the sanctions will be appropriate. And it's why I have proposed a way to do it. The committee has accepted it. And why during 10 years they did nothing? What a double talk, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Browder also had interesting things to say about the Minister of Foreign Affairs colleagues on this bill. He said that the Minister of International Trade favours it very strongly. Mr. Browder also said, and I quote, "We have had discussions with others in the Cabinet who also said that this bill was a no-brainer." Will the Minister of International Trade stand in the House today and confirm his friend's statement that when it comes to time to vote, she will support our Sergei Magnitsky Act?
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
It's very interesting, Mr. Speaker, that when the House had to vote on this issue a year ago, the government insisted that the word explore was in the motion. And why the government did it is because the government knew what I'm saying today. The Conservative government knew that the existing law allow us to ban these individuals for their wrongdoing against Mr. Magnitsky. But they did not say that at that time. They were playing double game, not this government. We have responsible conviction and will be always frank about the issues.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, farmers, especially in the prairies, need better access to interswitching to get their crops to market. This was identified as a key issue in the Emerson report. But extended rights under the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act are set to expire August 1st of this year. This means many farmers could lose access to markets this season, which would lead to severe hardship. Will this government commit today to legally extend these rights for fair rail access before the House rises in the summer?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we want to talk about grain production. And for the 2015-16 grain shipping year, it's estimated to be the second largest on record. And the performance of the grain handling and transportation system has kept pace or exceeded the record levels of performance seen last year. And given the challenges faced by Western Canadian rail system in the winter of 2013-14, the statutory review of the Canadian Transportation Act was accelerated by 1 year and asked to give grain transportation priority consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, Bill Browder has been fighting for human rights and justice in memory of Sergei Magnitsky, who was murdered in prison after exposing a tax fraud scheme by Russian officials. The Liberals promised a Magnitsky Act. Now they're refusing. Browder says Liberals are giving the same old excuses he's seen in so many countries, and our Foreign Affairs Minister is, quote, wrong. How can the Liberals keep claiming Canada is back while they break their promises and cast serious doubt on their commitment to upholding human rights?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Speaking of breaking promise, the MP from London Fanshawe has a lot to explain in her writing, but let's answer about Magnitsky case. To ban, there are two issues here. To ban the individuals and the sanctions. On the first point, foreign nationals and their family members who are involved in human rights violations cannot enter Canada under the Immigration Refugee Protection Act. Okay? Second, regarding sanctions, the Foreign Affairs Committee will be looking at that as part of its review of the Special Economic Measures Act and the government.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
New Brunswickers and Canadians across the country want to help the people of Fort McMurray and northeastern Alberta who are still suffering from the tragic forest fires. With base Gagetown in the riding I represent, I'm reminded daily that the women and men of the Canadian Forces are no exception. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence update this House on the contributions being made by the Canadian Forces to the firefighting effort?
Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank the honourable member from Fredericton for his concern and his question. Aid to civil authority is one of the key responsibilities of the Canadian Forces. The Joint Task Force transported 367 evacuees to safety and 173 firefighters in and out of the affected area. The Air Task Force conducted 1 search and rescue mission, 8 reconnaissance flights, and 8 night surveillance flights. I want to thank the men and women who took part in this effort, and I'm happy to say that they all returned safety. Canadians know that when the Canadian Forces are needed, they will be there for them.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian veterans are Canadian heroes, and they and their families take great interest in the changes to legislation that provide them with the benefits that they deserve. But on the Veterans Affairs Departmental website, the background information on the budget changes for veterans is left blank. Why is the minister hiding information from Canadian veterans?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member, for I know that she cares about veterans, and I know that she wants to make it better for all veterans, and this should be a non-partisan issue, something that we all can work together on to make things better for our veterans. So, I will take that into advisement. I don't know about that particular, if there's something missing, we'll go and fix it and we'll make it right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say I appreciate that very much, and I do enjoy working with the member. Mr. Speaker, there is an expectation by Canadians that changes to legislation are explained and available online through the Parliament of Canada website. However, for the legislation to implement the budget changes for veterans, no background information is available. Can the Minister of Veterans Affairs explain why this key information is being kept from Parliament and not disclosed to the veterans it affects?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I already indicated, I don't know about that particular issue. I don't have an answer for you right now, but I believe that that kind of information is needed. We do need to share it. I will go and look into it, and I will bring an answer back to this House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary meant that she didn't have an answer for her, as opposed to using the word you around here. The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Trade rose in this House not to offer solutions or an update on the progress of a new softwood lumber agreement, but to pass the buck, point fingers, and try and assign blame away from their mismanagement of this file. When will the Liberals take responsibility for Canadian jobs and bring home a new softwood lumber agreement?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. Mr. Speaker, we're within the 100 days to find a framework with our American partners on softwood lumber. The issue remains a very important priority for this government. We are aware, we're consulting with industry members, we're consulting with our provincial counterparts, we're obviously working with the Americans. And Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of International Trade said yesterday in this House, it's not just about getting an agreement, it's about getting a good agreement for this country. That's exactly what we'll do.
Caribou, Prince George.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the clock continues to tick down, and we are nearing the end of going into a U.S. election. Mr. Speaker, that response is simply not good enough. Hundreds of thousands of forestry jobs are on the line. Yet instead of working hard to resolve the softwood lumber dispute, the Liberals are waving the white flag. Canadian companies need this agreement to be signed immediately in order to create good-paying jobs from coast to coast. Why are the Liberals planning to fail by failing to plan?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the only flag we're waving is the Canadian flag, and we're waving it proudly. We have every intention of coming away with a good agreement with our American partners that serves our industry across this country, as well as the particular provincial industries. We're aware of the various aspects and elements of this file. It's a complex file, but we've been working hard at it since day one, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, since Budget Day, the NDP has been pushing to have all parts of Alberta and Saskatchewan included in extended EI benefits. More recently, even the Conservatives who cut EI have joined our push for fairness. Yesterday, it was revealed that according to the government's own formula, Edmonton and southern Saskatchewan should be included. Why hasn't the government made extended EI benefits available to all laid-off workers in Alberta and Saskatchewan?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleague had noted, certainly any sharp, sustained jump in EI numbers in a particular region, the changes have been made, and we were quick and decisive in the 12 regions. Certainly with the new numbers, the spike created by the forest fires in Fort McMurray have again changed those numbers. They are being analyzed, but I'll encourage my member across, stay tuned.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have rejected various NDP proposed bills on bilingualism, but now the government is saying that it won't support our bill on bilingual judges. But the government's arguments aren't valid because the government can legislate on this. Will the government show transparency and reveal to the House the legal advice that it has received? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government has nothing to learn from the NDP when it comes to official languages because the official languages are at the heart of everything we do. I have met with communities across the country. We want to help them be able to have communities with vitality, and we want to help minority communities and both official languages communities across the country.
Mr. Speaker, during the election, the Liberals promised Canadians $3 billion towards palliative care. Sadly, the Prime Minister's priority is not health care. Zero new dollars in their budget for health, and the $3 billion for palliative care has become another broken Liberal promise. Mr. Speaker, will the Liberals keep their promise to Canadians of $3 billion for palliative care as they rush into their assisted suicide agenda?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Mr. Speaker, we know there's more to do to provide Canadians with end-of-life care. Canadians have told us they want to stay independent and receive care at home, including at the end of their lives. As part of the new health accord, our government has committed to providing $3 billion over the next 4 years to improve home care, and this includes palliative care. In collaboration with provinces and territories, we will move forward on shared health priorities, including examining ways to integrate and expand access to palliative care at home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, if that's true that the government cares about palliative care, they should have told that to their members on the Justice Committee. This week, the Justice Committee shot down almost all opposition amendments on C-14, including this one, quote, that if someone consulted a medical practitioner regarding palliative care options and were informed of the full range of options. So can the minister explain why Liberals shot down a very modest amendment requiring that patients simply be informed about palliative care options?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government has made it clear that when we're committed to making sure that Canadians have access to healthcare services where they need it, and which includes palliative care. We're investing in home care. We have committed to investing $3 billion in home care. We've spoken with the colleagues in provinces and territories to make sure that palliative care is part of that package. We will make sure that Canadians have access to palliative care where they need, and we'll make sure that it is accessible across this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for
Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of life and death, and Canadians need to know they have options. Because the Liberals have steadfastly refused to support meaningful conscience protection, the situation in palliative care is about to go from bad to worse. Palliative care doctors are speaking out. Many do not want to be involved in assisted suicide. Sadly, some will even leave the field of practice if they aren't given the opportunity to opt out. Mr. Speaker, protecting conscience for individuals and institutions will keep beds open and keep doctors at work. So why did this government reject a meaningful conscience protection amendment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians are looking to their governments for leadership to advance the availability and quality of palliative care within the broader scope of how we address Canadians' need at the end of their life. This is why we're committed, as I mentioned earlier, to improving palliative care as part of the new health accord, supported by a long-term investment of $3 billion over the next 4 years. Recently, federal, provincial, and territorial ministers of health agreed to work individually and collectively on improving home care to better meet the needs of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, the government has announced an ambitious plan for social infrastructure, green infrastructure, and transit. We know that this new funding will be distributed quickly and efficiently because the plan is based on priorities expressed by municipalities. Can the minister tell us where we are at with respect to infrastructure in Quebec?
Secretary Parliamentary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. It is a good question. I would like to thank the member for Alfred de Pellan, and I want to tell him that I was in Montreal last week with the Minister of Infrastructure, and there are initiatives that are constructive and effective, and I want to say that the Heritage Minister this morning has announced $18 million for Montreal, and we are delivering the goods.
Mr. Speaker, it's been months since we've had a jump in EI in Edmonton, and it's been months since this government excluded Edmonton region from the EI extension. It's not an issue of the fire recently in Fort McMurray. We've raised this issue several times with the government. When we finally received a response from the Liberals, it was nothing but a flippant talking point and non-answers. The Liberal MPs from Edmonton have failed to represent their hardworking constituents in the Edmonton region. We know workers in Edmonton region qualify. Why is the minister forcing them to wait for the EI extension?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I have said earlier, this government responded quickly to the spike, the sudden sharp jump in unemployment rates in 12 regions in this country. Certainly, as the numbers have increased in the Edmonton area, we know that in Saskatchewan there was a jump of 0.1%. Most of those were in part-time jobs, but that data is fresh. We are analyzing it, and I would encourage my colleague to stay tuned.
I have to say that Glengarry Prescott.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Supplementary estimates A, seeking Parliament's approval of important investments in Canadians in their communities. These estimates raise the bar once more on openness, transparency, and accountability. Will the Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board please tell this House about the steps the government is taking to allow Canadians to more easily track how the government spends their money?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Glengarry Prescott Russell for his question. We certainly are making progress, and in fact, in this year's supplementary estimates A, there was funding for 33 items that had been announced in this year's budget, and that's compared with 11 last year and 6 the year before. So this is just the beginning. We look forward to working with all parliamentarians to better align the budget and the estimates processes to provide Canadians with far greater transparency and openness in government spending.
Hear, hear.
Member for York Simcoe.
It looks like the Liberal war on history is going according to plan. First, they ordered the Citizenship Guide to be rewritten so that new Canadians would learn less about Canadian history. The government then announced that Confederation and Canadian history won't be themes of the 150th anniversary of Confederation. Now we've learned that Canada's only museum fully dedicated to Confederation is being shut down due to a lack of federal support. This on the very eve of the 150th anniversary of Confederation. Why this ruthless Liberal war on history?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, my colleague always says something to make us laugh, but the Liberal government has always considered history to be essentially because it tells us who we are and it tells us where we are going. We want to build a stronger Canada. And we also want to celebrate Canada. And this is why we are going to have major celebrations for the 150th anniversary of Canada throughout Canada. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, well, the Minister has just authorized the acquisition of Rona by Lowe's. He alone had the power to turn Lowe's commitments into legal obligations, but he didn't do it. He just accepted what the American giant said, and there's no legal value there. That's the situation Quebec is in Canada. Protection for our economy depends on decisions by someone from Toronto who isn't taking his responsibilities. So I would like to know why the government isn't turning those obligations into legal commitments. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I would just say that we have clear commitments. Lowe's has made clear commitments with respect to Rona. The headquarters will remain in Boucherville. Canadians will continue to hold executive positions, and Canadian suppliers will be able to sell to Rona, but also to Lowe's in the U.S. and around the world. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Democratic Institutions wants to change the democratic ground rules with no referendum because she said that comes from the 19th century, so it's outdated. She says she feels justified in changing the rules of the game because that's part of the Liberal platform. According to that logic, Quebec would be justified in gaining independence without a referendum, making the Clarity Act null and void. What does the minister intend to do? Will he put the Clarity Act in the garbage? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Be participating in the process, in the all-party process. He's going to have an opportunity to travel with the committee and pose questions. And we've gone further than our normal committee process in ensuring that parties that are not recognized as parties in this House are included, because we feel that the voice of the Bloc, the voice of the Green Party, is incredibly important to have at the table. That's why we've taken that measure. I look forward to that dialogue. I look forward to working on that with that member to modernizing our electoral system.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, well, this reform is getting off to a very bad start by this government with its parliamentary majority, but this issue shouldn't be partisan. Changing the voting system is not just an issue to be discussed by experts and parliamentarians. The people of Canada need to decide. So why does this government feel it is legitimate to impose a new voting system when it only got 40% of the popular vote in the last election?
And Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree more with the member that this process shouldn't be partisan and that we need to work across the aisle to find compromise and work together. But the fact of the matter is more than 60% of the Canadian population said the status quo wasn't going to work. And what I would ask members is to start coming up with ideas. That it's not enough to just say that they want the system to stay as it is. Canadians haven't accepted that. They say that they want our institutions to modernize. So be part of that process. Give us ideas. Make sure that we are able to change the system so the Canadians are enfranchised and their voices are heard.
Absolutely. L'honorable ministre, Revenu national se lève pour son point.
The honourable minister is rising on a point of order. Yes, on a point of order. In accordance with my answer to the member for Burnaby New Westminster, my comments were not reported accurately. In my answer, I referred to legal proceedings underway before a civil court, with respect to KPMG, and I wanted to correct those comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci, l'honorable ministre, pour avoir corrigé.
I thank the honourable minister for having corrected the record.
Et pour le document, l'honorable
Tabling of documents.
de la ministre.
The honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, under provisions of Standing Order 32-2, I have the honour to table in both official languages copies of the 2008 to 2011 biennial report of the Implementation Committee for the Nunavik Inuit Land Claim Agreement.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Report de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Pursuant to 34.1 of the Standing Order, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages a report from the Canadian section of the Assemblée parlementaire de la Francophonie regarding its participation in the 41st ordinary session of the Assembly held in Bern, Switzerland from July 6 to 10, 2015.
Comité.
Reports, presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions with parties, and if you seek it, I hope that you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, on Tuesday, May the 17th, 2016, and on Wednesday, May the 18th, 2016, the House continue to sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the purposes of considering Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and make related amendments to other acts.
Does the Honourable Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? No, she does not. Now the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 56.1 sub 1, I move, seconded by the member of Winnipeg North, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, on Tuesday, May the 17th, 2016, and on Wednesday, May the 18th, 2016, the House continued to sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the purposes of considering Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying.
It's strange they're trying to do this. Mrs. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Lemeroux, pursuant to Standing Order 56.11A, moves that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, on Tuesday, May 17, 2016, and on Wednesday, May 18, 2016, the House continue to sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the purpose of considering Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying. For those members who object to the motion, please rise in their places. 25 or more members having risen, the motion is deemed to have been withdrawn. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, it is impossible for a person to give informed consent to assisted suicide, euthanasia, if appropriate palliative care is unavailable to them. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to present two petitions calling on Parliament to create a national strategy on palliative care to ensure that every Canadian has access to high-quality palliative care at the end of life. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. The member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, I rise today to table a petition. The petition is signed by hundreds of local residents who are urging the government to undertake public consultations to ensure Canadians have a fair electoral system and introduce a suitable form of proportional representation. Following those discussions, I am pleased to table this petition and I look forward to our government's response. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured today to present this particular petition. It's record-setting, and it's the highest recorded e-petition that we have had in Canada so far at 25,249 individuals that signed this petition. I would also like to honor the person that enacted this or started this petition, Mr. Mark Bennett, who's a firearms advocate. And I'll read the petition. We, the undersigned, lawful firearms owners of Canada, request or call upon the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness to reclassify the Armalite Rifle 15 back to non-restricted status so we can once again use this rifle to lawfully participate in the Canadian cultural practices of hunting in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Sorry. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to stand today with 4 petitions to add to the growing voice that is truly across Canada, calling on our Parliament to introduce a law that protects pregnant women and their preborn children.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Agreed? Orders of the day?
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on the Mr. Vierson's motion regarding freedom of conscience.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will be, as you have pointed out.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, but as I recall, there were 6 minutes remaining in questions and comments from the Minister of Justice's speech before we proceed to resuming debate.
I appreciate the member pointing that out, and I will certainly go back to the minister and do the questions and answers. Okay. Questions and answers. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fort Saskatchewan, Sherbrooke Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, I listened to the Minister of Justice's speech with great interest. I think she spoke very eloquently, but there was some evident sleight of hand in terms of how she described a number of things. I was at the committee, and certainly nobody on our side of the House thought the amendment brought forward was sufficient. We supported it. We thought it was a very, very modest step in the right direction. But the amendment that she spoke of did not provide and does not provide positive conscience protection. It does not deal with institutions. It does not deal with issues of referral. It does not issue with the reality that in the province of Ontario, physicians might be called on to provide euthanasia, not just refer for, but provide it in an emergency situation under the existing college policy. Now, the government has the ability, following the precedent set in the Civil Marriage Act, to describe the contours of this exception in the criminal code by providing for, within that exception, a requirement for conscience. The government has the ability legally to do it, and that is what at least our members consistently advocated at the committee. So why is the member saying things that are not quite correct about what happened at the committee, and why doesn't she provide robust, meaningful conscience protection?
Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question and for participating at the committee. The Civil Marriage Act has been raised a number of times in this House today, and I will speak to the Civil Marriage Act in terms of the specific provisions which refer to specific religious officials and the performance of private functions. We're talking about medical assistance in dying, which is a public general function. And I will say that I embraced the discussions that happened at committee. There were 16 thoughtful amendments that are proposed. There is nothing in C-14 that would compel a medical practitioner to perform medical assistance in dying. And the amendments that were made, 2 of them injected into the preamble conscience rights and as well within the legislation itself.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to ask the Minister a question. I'd like to ask her what she thinks about the fact that there are several experts, like the Quebec Bar Association, the Canadian Bar, and the lawyer who defended the Carter case, who have said that the bill Bill C-14 on medical assistance in dying, put forth by the minister, will result in a situation where there are going to be a number of legal challenges and that it doesn't comply with the Charter, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and that, in fact, there will be more problems, medically speaking, legally speaking, and fewer people will have access to these services. There are several experts whose recommendations weren't taken into account. It's very worrisome to see that the Liberal government is accelerating the debate, the pace of the debate, when there are a number of shortcomings that need resolving that were not taken into account.
Attorney General Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite. This is, with respect to our country, Bill C-14, medical assistance in dying, is a transformation in terms of our thinking, in terms of the discussion around medical assistance in dying. And we have had the opportunity to engage with a diversity of opinions, a diversity of expert opinions, individuals, Canadians right across this country. I receive in my office thousands of letters and engagements on this particular issue. There is always going to be a diversity of opinions on both sides. The opportunity and the challenge presented to parliamentarians is to ensure that we put forward the best solution, the best balance in terms of this really difficult issue. And I am confident that C-14 presents and responds to the Carter decision of the Supreme Court of Canada and is compliant with the Charter.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the Minister, and really would ask her to provide some thought in terms of the sense of urgency. We do have a Supreme Court of Canada, which was a unanimous decision, that there is a void that needed to be filled, and that sense of urgency is for June 6th. Issues surrounding our healthcare professionals and concerns. I know that there has been a great deal of consultation that has been done over the last number of months, Madam Speaker. And my question to the member is...
Sorry, point of order.
Madam Speaker, I believe we're still on debate on the opposition motion, and the member, I think, is asking a question about C-14, not about the opposition motion or conscience at all.
Well, as the member will know, there is some latitude on discussions and on questions, and I will ask the Parliamentary Secretary to ensure that his question is related. And I would make it very quick so that the Minister can answer.
Unfortunate the member didn't listen to his own question and the previous question. You'd definitely find some relevance within it. Madam Speaker, my question for the member is, can she provide some sense in terms of the types of consultation that has taken place with respect to this issue?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. There has been extensive consultations with respect to medical assistance in dying. A federal panel, an expert provincial and territorial panel. We have the substantive work that was done by the Special Joint Committee, who presented a report and recommendations for consideration, as well as engaging with Canadians right across the country and experts. We have a deadline that we need to comply with. On this side of the House, we have the utmost respect for the Supreme Court of Canada, and we need to put in place a regime by June the 6th, and we are committed to reaching and meeting that deadline.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm very happy to rise today to speak to the Conservatives' motion today that, in the opinion of this House, it is in the public interest to protect the freedom of conscience of a medical practitioner, nurse practitioner, pharmacist, or any other healthcare professional who objects to take part directly or indirectly in the provision of medical assistance in dying. Everyone has freedom of conscience and religion under Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. A regime that would require a medical practitioner, nurse practitioner, pharmacist, or any other healthcare professional to make use of effective referral of patients could infringe on the freedom of conscience of those medical practitioners, nurse practitioners, pharmacists, or any other healthcare professional, and the government should support legislation to protect the freedom of conscience of a medical practitioner, nurse practitioner, pharmacist, or any other healthcare professional. I'd like to say, Madam Speaker, that the NDP oppose this motion, and I will explain why. Throughout the debate On Bill C-14, on medical assistance in dying, the Conservatives have said that they're concerned by the fact that healthcare professionals feel forced to offer medical assistance in dying to patients despite their own personal convictions or religious convictions. However, the government has clearly indicated, and in this case they're right, that the bill would not force anyone to offer these services. While it's not legally necessary to protect freedom of conscience, all of the parties at the Justice Committee adopted a compromise motion, which was moved by the member for Victoria, the NDP MP, and which reads as follows. It is agreed that the current article does not force anyone to offer the services. There was also a preamble adopted by the proposed by my colleague from Victoria, indicating that freedom of conscience and religion is protected by the Charter and by this bill. Any other additional measure concerning freedom of conscience would infringe on provincial jurisdiction. Why? Because these rules are determined by the professional orders in the provinces and not by the power of the federal government and by criminal law. So we must respect, and the NDP agrees, and I think all parties agree and agreed in committee discussions, that we need to respect the conscience rights of all healthcare professionals. So we are very proud to have been able to move amendments that were passed and that were supported by all the parties in this House, and which noted that there's nothing in this bill that forces, I'll say again, there is nothing that forces anyone to offer these services or that goes against the freedoms of conscience and guaranteed by the Charter. So the Conservative motion that we're discussing today asks the federal government to infringe on provincial jurisdiction. And, well, I can't support that. I think that all levels of government must respect the jurisdiction of each other level of government. And by passing this kind of motion, well, we're not respecting provincial jurisdiction. Care standards are set by professional orders in the provinces, as I mentioned earlier, and not by the criminal code. And when we talk about medical assistance in dying, there are a lot of points, a lot of elements that are not in the bill or which are in the bill but are either vaguely defined or are not found in the Supreme Court's decision. And I will, throughout my speech, explain why we are concerned to see that the Liberals are trying to pass this bill as quickly as possible, and they're using every possible means to do so, starting with the process by which we have passed, or which has been used. Again, today, after question period, what happened? Well, the Minister of Justice rose in this House to ask for unanimous consent to have us next week discuss this bill over 24 hours. So throughout the night that we would debate Bill C-14 under the pretext of giving all members the chance to speak to it. Well, Madam Speaker, we had already suggested that Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week we should debate Bill C-14, the medically assisted dying bill, until midnight, which is reasonable. That extends debate, that allows parliamentarians to do their work and continue to speak out on an issue which is very complex, which is very sensitive, and upon which there is a diverse range of views, and which would allow us to continue to consult with experts, to hear from the experts who have appeared and continue to appear before committee. And what the minister has done, well, she refused the offer to sit to midnight Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week, and she's trying to impose on the House of Commons today on a Friday, a day which is a day where not every member is in the House. They're trying to impose another way of doing things. Somewhat viciously within the House of Commons to have us sit through 24 hours straight. But who is going to be listening to the House of Commons at 3 o'clock in the morning, at 5 o'clock in the morning for this kind of debate? That's utterly absurd, and it doesn't allow parliamentarians to do their work in an adequate way. And what's more, they've already imposed time allocation on C-14, at the same time as they're saying that it's important to hear from everyone, to hear from all members, to have an intelligent debate on this very, very controversial issue, medical assistance in dying. It goes completely against what they said when they were in opposition. Every time the Conservatives moved closure or tried to limit debate or accelerate debate, the Liberals were the first to rise in this House to raise the alarm and to say that those were anti-democratic measures. Well, now that they're in power on a debate as important as medical assistance in dying, well, they're using the same undemocratic tactics that they criticized when they were in opposition. I can't believe that we're here today. They said that they wanted to bring change to Canadians. And here, what they're doing is, well, under the pretext that they have to pass this bill by June 6th, they're imposing a bad bill which is full of holes and which, according to experts, goes against the Supreme Court decision, the Carter decision, and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It makes no sense at all. Now, I'll come back to a few specific points which have been brought up since the beginning by several experts and by a number of members in this House, including by NDP members, which is that, well, there are many people who will take C-14 to the courts because this bill does not respect the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and goes against a number of points that have been set out. If I could quote the Quebec Bar Association, there are a number of specialists, stakeholders who have expressed their concerns. There's a definition in the language of the bill, Bill C-14, which is problematic because the Supreme Court doesn't use the same language in their decision as we find in C-14. For example, the Supreme Court refers to a person who is affected with grievous and irremediable illness, an illness or a disability which causes persistent and intolerable suffering. However, the bill refers instead to a natural death that is, and I'm just trying to find the exact wording, Madam Speaker, a natural death that is reasonably foreseeable, which is an idea that is not anywhere in the Carter decision. Jean-Marc Ménard from the Quebec Bar Association has said that by taking a criteria that is more restrictive than what's found in Section 7 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, this bill violates the Charter, and Section 7 is broader than what is proposed by the bill, so it's clear that this opens the door to legal challenges. The Quebec Bar Association does not find that it's good that people who would have access to medically assisted dying under the Carter decision will not have access to it through Bill C-14. So this is a very serious situation, Madam Speaker. There are certain people who are who are suffering so much, who are so desperate because of the suffering that they're forced to deal with, that because C-14 would not allow them to have access to the right to medically assisted dying, well, there are a number who might try to take their own lives in one way or another if they can't have access to these services. This is utterly absurd. Those who wish to have access to these services want to stop suffering. So here, there are people who might inflict increased suffering on themselves just so that they could get access to these services under the definition in the bill. And here I'm quoting the Quebec Bar Association, who says that we might see this kind of problem. And the minister responded to my question earlier by saying, well, listen, there are many different points of view. We don't think that there are going to be legal challenges. Well, they're in denial. This is coming from the Quebec Bar Association. And I can quote other people as well. According to the Collège des Médecins du Québec, this bill is not practical, cannot be put into practice. It would be less complicated it would be better, in their opinion, for there to not be a federal law in the end, because the measures that the Liberals are going to pass are in sort of a nebulous zone somewhere between the Supreme Court decision and the law that's already in place in Quebec. And that's from the Order of Doctors in Quebec. And there's another quote that I find particularly troubling. The burden at the end of the day is not on the shoulders of legislators. The burden will be on the shoulders of doctors. They are going to have to deal with cases and the requests. And that comes from the Chief Secretary of the Collège des Médecins du Québec, Yves Robert. And there are many other experts who continue to appear before committee who are raising legitimate concerns, who are raising facts, and the minister and the other Liberal members of the parliamentary committee working on C-14, well, they're sticking their heads in the sand, and they're claiming that they're taking enlightened decisions that reflect the will of a majority of experts and recommendations from Canadians. But now, when we talk about patients, Madam Speaker, those who went and appeared before the Supreme Court, the Carter family, for example, says that because of Bill C-14, Kay Carter and many other people in her condition would not be eligible because their deaths were not reasonably foreseeable. And that's from the daughter of Ms. Carter. And this is serious because these people are the people who fought for this. They're the pioneers behind medically assisted dying in Canada. They won their case at the Supreme Court. And now these people who won at the Supreme Court would be refused access to this care by the Liberal government, which is not listening to expert opinions and which is not ensuring that we respect the Supreme Court's decision on medical assistance in dying. Another point, which is very important, very concerning for us, is the whole area of the lack of funding for palliative care. The Liberals in the election campaign promised $3 billion for palliative care and end-of-life care, home care at the end of life. In their budget, well, no mention of any investment of $3 billion in palliative care. In Bill C-14 on medical assistance in dying, no mention whatsoever of any investment in palliative care. But all the Liberal members have risen in this House to say that palliative care is important, that it's important to work on a strategy, a long-term planning, so that patients can have access to quality palliative care over the long term, to ensure that all those who wish to continue to live have a decent quality of living, to allow them to do that. Well, if we want to do that, we need more than words. It takes investments. It takes planning. It takes a plan, and we don't have that plan. And still, today, May 13th, 2016, we're in committee, and we continue to study this bill. We'll be at third reading soon, but there's nothing. $0 for palliative care. Zero. Absolutely nothing. This is incredibly concerning. We have an aging population. There are going to be more and more people who are going to find themselves dealing with serious illness, with intolerable suffering, and the Liberal government still has nothing for this important point. And yet, in 2014, my colleague from Timmins James Bay moved a motion M456 for a pan-Canadian palliative care strategy. It was passed. The Liberals voted in favor of that motion to give us a pan-Canadian end-of-life and palliative care strategy, and it said that we need to work with the provinces, with the territories, to have a flexible and integrated model of palliative care that takes into account the geographic, regional, and cultural diversity of urban and rural Canada, and that respects the needs of Canada's First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people, specifically their cultural, spiritual, and familial needs, and that ensures that all Canadians have access to high-quality, home-based and hospice palliative end-of-life care, that it provides more support for family caregivers, that it improves the quality and consistency of home and hospice palliative end-of-life care in Canada, and which encourages Canadians to discuss and plan for end-of-life care. The Liberals voted in favor of that motion. How is it that in a bill as important as this, when we have to decide how we're going to help those who are suffering, those who are at the end of life, that there is no investment whatsoever announced by the Liberal government in their budget, or after having discussed medical assistance and dying with experts in committee. This is utterly unacceptable. It's irresponsible on the part of this government that they don't have a plan in the bill for palliative care. We're very happy, however, that we were able to pass an amendment in C14 to protect conscience rights and improve palliative care for Aboriginal people, but we need money. This can't be just some words in a bill that have nothing behind them. Nothing to apply these good words. I'd like to continue, Madam Speaker, by saying that we need to work in a non-partisan way. The Liberals need to open their eyes and realize that their bill is greatly lacking. There are 101 legal challenges possible to this bill because they're not taking into account expert opinion. In committee, there are experts who've come back to committee who have repeated what they said when they came the first time. And that's a waste of time. It's a waste of money. The Liberals, what the NDP is asking is that the Liberals send this bill to the Supreme Court, that they refer it to the Supreme Court, so that we can ensure that the bill is in fact constitutional, so that we can avoid all kinds of legal challenges. And the Liberals are refusing. What are they afraid of? Why are they refusing to send this bill to the Supreme Court if they're so sure that everything's fine? And so on that, Madam Speaker, I thank you, and I hope that the Liberals will one day listen to reason.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her excellent speech.
I agree with many of the things she has said, how ridiculous the antics have been today of trying to do things with this debate when this is such a serious topic of conversation. I agree totally on palliative care that, we hear a lot of rhetoric about how the Liberals are going to do it, but there's not a single word in the budget 2016, and in the bill they tried to bring it as an amendment, and again, it's not there. And so, it's a lot of talk and no action. The question I have for the member is about the provincial jurisdiction discussion. The medical professionals are under provincial jurisdiction, but in provinces like Ontario that have been clear, they are going to force them to participate in this process. They're definitely violating their charter rights. And so the federal government, I believe, has a role there, and would the member agree?
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her intervention, and which was well-founded and appropriate for this debate. Now, we are very disappointed. We're incredibly disappointed. We find it inconceivable that there's no money here for palliative care when the Liberals promised $3 billion in the election, and there isn't any money either to deal with, for example, mental health issues. There are all kinds of problems, as I said in my speech, a number of problems with the constitutionality of this bill. For example, there are several definitions concerning access to care for many people. There are certain people who would have access would have had access to medical assistance 9 before the bill, but won't have access after. That's utterly absurd. It's irresponsible from the Liberals to move this bill. As to the second part of the question on the conscience objections of certain medical professionals who, for whatever personal reason or religious reason, do not wish to offer these services and do not wish to refer patients, well, the bill, as it is, protects this freedom of conscience and does not force, in any case, any professionals to refer.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do believe that the member spoke a great deal in terms of the issue of the palliative care and trying to give what I would suggest to you is a false impression. When she talks about the palliative care and the budget, Mr. Speaker, I would advise the member, and the member should at the very least recognize that even within the budget there's acknowledgement of the health care accord, a commitment from this government to move forward in regards to that. And when you talk about palliative care, surely to goodness they would recognize that one of the best ways to deliver the type of palliative care that Canadians want to see is that you have to work with the provincial counterparts. Because they are the administrators of the health care. Now, Ottawa can play a strong leadership role in that, but I'm asking if the member would at the very least acknowledge that there is a role for provinces to play, and it is good of the Canadian government and the Minister of Health to be working with her provincial counterparts to try to evolve a health care accord that would take palliative care into serious consideration and action.
And comments?
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, once again, this is Liberal rhetoric. During the election campaign, the Liberals said that they wanted to reinvest in health care with the provinces, but now they're saying we still need to discuss this. It's all very well to discuss matters, but we need money for palliative care. They said they were going to earmark $3 billion, but now they are backing off. They just want to consult and discuss, and then they say we are working cooperatively. But if they are doing that, they need to go ahead. We heard from experts, we heard from the Quebec Bar Association, and people who have gone to the Supreme Court, the Carter family in particular, that have had their say. They're concerned by the measures here. So the government is playing around with terminological nuances. but they can't even tell us what reasonably foreseeable death means. The problem is many people are excluded under the definition. They won't be able to get a medically assisted death. The Liberals are very vague and aren't keeping their promises.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech. I guess the NDP have been willing to go part way with us on issues of conscience, but I think one of the major areas of disagreement is the question of conscience protection for institutions. So I want to ask the member for her thoughts on that. From my perspective, institutions are really composites of individuals, and protecting the conscience rights of institutions is a way of ensuring the individuals involved, the people who are supporting the organization, those who are involved in whether it be a Catholic hospital or an organization like that their conscience rights are protected. So can the member explain why some members of the NDP at least see this distinction between individual and organizational conscience rights when organizations are in fact composites of individuals who should have those rights protections themselves?
The honourable member for Salaberry-Sur-Loire. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With respect to professionals' conscience rights, I think everyone agrees that professionals have a right to freedom of conscience. But the Conservatives' motion indicates that there wouldn't be no effective referral. But a physician-assisted dying is a right that patients have, and this is something that the Supreme Court has ruled to be a right. Patients won't have access to that right and to that procedure if the Conservatives get their way, because C-14 does require a referral if they have a conscience issue.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to follow up. Now, I talked about the issue of institutions, and maybe the member can address that specifically, but also on the issue of referral. If a person refers somebody to another provider, they are very much complicit in that process because they are endorsing the course of treatment that will be provided by the other person. Does the member not understand or appreciate that when somebody is referring a person to someone else, that they're very much involved in endorsing that course of action? That's very different from facilitating a transfer of information or medical records. It involves a direct endorsement of that course of treatment. Would the member agree with that?
The honourable member for Salaberry-Sur-Loire. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With respect to referrals, in Bill C-14, it doesn't say anywhere that professionals actually have to refer. There isn't any obligation in that respect. So it's really a professional issue that comes under provincial jurisdiction, and the federal government has to respect that jurisdiction. It also has to respect the rights of patients to have access to be able to exercise their rights.
Resume. Do we have a point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Abbotsford has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in follow-up to a number of motions that have bounced back and forth in this House today, I hope you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, on Tuesday, May 17th, 2016, and on Wednesday, May 18th, 2016, the House continued to sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment, but no later than midnight, at which time the House shall adjourn to the next sitting day.
Having heard the motion, does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? There is no consent to move the motion, therefore the motion is rejected. Another point of order. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
I do indeed have a point of order. I would like to say that we are very disappointed in what's going on in this House regarding Bill C-14. It's a very serious matter. Currently, there are sensitive, ongoing negotiations in regard to it, and those negotiations should be respected.
Hear, hear. Just a minute. I don't seem to have any sound. Yeah, I think so. Okay. I'm just wondering if the honourable member for London Fanshawe could repeat her point of order. I'm sorry, I did not have any sound up here.
Indeed, Madam Speaker, and I would like to point out that we are very disappointed in what's going on, what's happening in this House regarding Bill C-14. It's very serious legislation, and currently there are sensitive negotiations being conducted. Those negotiations must be respected.
I just want to remind the member that is not a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. That's a point of order?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I was actually going to address the point of order raised from my colleague across the way, but if it's necessary to bring up a separate point of order, I'll do it as a separate point of order. And just to say that I'm very much aware and sensitive to many negotiations that are taking place surrounding Bill C-14. Having said that, Madam Speaker, the government's will has always been to try to allow members to be able to address the bill. That's the reason why we brought forward the motion earlier today.
So to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the government, again, this is more debate than it is a point of order. A point of order for, just a minute, where's my glasses? Okay, c'est quoi son nom? C'est quoi Grasslands? Sorry, I don't have my glasses. I'm not sure where I put them right now. So Grasslands. Cypress Hill. The honourable member for Cypress Hill Grasslands has a point of order. Oh, it's resuming debate? Okay. Resuming debate. This one's easy then.
Well, it might sound like an order for a couple
the
of
honourable
minutes
member
here,
for Cypress Hill Grasslands.
Before I get started, I'd just like to say I'm splitting my time with a member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and happy to do that. But I guess I'm a little bit perhaps as confused as some people here as the back and forth. But I know one thing that we take C-14 very seriously. We want to debate it. I was a little, I don't know, surprised, I guess, a little bit earlier when it seemed like the Liberals wanted us to be going all night through the night. I assume that means that they'd like to speak during the day and then leave the opposition to speak at night when supposedly no one's listening. But I think there was a reasonable compromise suggested here a couple of minutes ago, which is that we do extend hours to midnight and then try to get our debate in and have serious debate on this issue. That's why we're here today. It's interesting that the notion of freedom of conscience seems to be coming up more and more places in our society. In the last couple of weeks, I've crossed paths with it in places separate from discussions around C-14. I was at yesterday at committee, actually, we had someone coming in on subcommittee on human rights who was talking about working with persecuted minorities, and the question came up about what role does freedom of conscience play. Last week there was a forum in town here talking about making the world safer for diversity, and one of our speakers, actually, Dr. Osgin, has talked about how freedom of conscience has always been properly understood as the very first right. We can talk about life, liberty, and happiness, but without freedom to believe, freedom of conscience, none of those other things actually exist in reality. So everybody has a set of beliefs that are important to them, and I guess it's a common misconception I think that we have that others have beliefs and I'm the one who's unbiased. So each of us brings valid perceptions to these discussions, and in our culture until recently, it seemed like we generally were of the opinion that no one has the right to force anyone to work against their own beliefs. And it seems, Madam Speaker, as we focus more and more on rights and less on responsibilities, we find ourselves pressured, and I think we have to admit that we often find ourselves pressuring others on their values of conscience and the core values that they hold. It's beginning to affect every area of our culture, and with the Carter decision, this has come really to the forefront, because it's not just any longer any perceived discrimination that it's impacting, but it comes right down to the court's decision that actually having the right to kill yourself is a charter right. So let's just take a little bit of time to take a look at the Carter decision. It was a reversal of a previous decision, the Rodriguez decision, and the court ruled that we now have, as Canadian citizens, a charter right to kill ourselves, and we have the right to have others help us as well. There were very few guidelines that the court put on that decision. They talked about how the condition had to be irremediable and a grievous condition, and basically beyond the person's decision to suffer through that. And we could go into that, and perhaps we'll a little bit later about the criteria for that. But the court, while it decided made one decision, it created a whole host of other complications. And one of them, of course, is a call to reconcile physicians' and patients' rights. And the question that we're dealing with today is, what role do others have to play, or do they play, in that decision to prematurely end life? C-14 does not solve that. And I'm just glad to, even earlier, to hear the minister acknowledge that. But conscience issues are becoming the biggest issues around C-14. And I think in this case, I would argue the government has failed Canadians. There's a legitimate question to be asked, and I'm surprised that it hasn't even been discussed. It isn't discussed in other countries either, as to why medical personnel are expected to be involved at all. But they are. And in fact, even though they are, most of them do not want to participate. The medical personnel that I've talked to are not accepting of this. They're not enthusiastic about this. I've talked to a number of doctors who say, if I'm forced to participate in this, I'm willing to leave this country. I'm not going to participate. And for those of us who live in rural areas and have a very small supply of medical care, it is a frightening thing to hear your doctors say to you, I'm prepared to leave if this is going to be forced on me. I want to talk a little bit about the protection of conscience in C-14. The preamble says that whereas everyone has freedom of conscience and religion under Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and whereas nothing in this Act affects the guarantee of freedom of conscience and religion. Well, that's the preamble, which has no legal impact. There's no content within C-14 that provides this balance. There isn't. The Senate committee heard some great testimony. The Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms said the court discussed and reiterated the conscience and religious rights of medical practitioners, and they stated nothing in the Declaration of Invalidity, which we proposed to issue, would compel citizens to provide assistance in dying. But then they went on to say that the charter rights of patients and physicians will need to be reconciled. And they left it. It was apparent that the court intended Parliament's legislative response to address the issues of medical practitioners' conscience rights, and Bill 14, C-14, they say, fails to do so. It's interesting to me that C-14 actually provides protection for participants, but it does not provide protection for those who do not want to participate. So there is an exemption for medical assistance in dying where it says no medical practitioner commits homicide if they provide a person with medical assistance. It says no person is a party to homicide if they do anything for the purpose of aiding in that. And then it says for greater certainty, if the person has any reasonable, even mistaken belief about any fact that's an element of the exemption, they still have no legal responsibility for that. And so, again, I just point out they've included protection for participants, for those people who choose to participate, even if they are mistaken in what they've done. I can find no similar or parallel protection for those who conscientiously object. Some have said, well, let's just pass it on to the provinces. We just heard that a minute ago from my colleague from the NDP. But I would argue this is not a provincial issue. If it is, there will be a dozen different scenarios in this country, and then the courts get even more involved than they have been. It is a criminal code issue. Why would we give legislative protection in a bill to those who want to participate and then argue that Parliament has no right to legislate protection for those who do not want to take part? The Executive Director of the Christian Medical and Dental Society at the Senate committee said, what our members cannot do is perform or participate in what is referred to as medical assistance in dying. To be clear, by participation, I also mean playing a role in causing death by arranging for the procedure to be carried out by someone else through referral. They go on to say that the government does, the current preamble respects the personal conviction of healthcare providers, but it does not have any legal weight, and that no foreign jurisdiction in the world has legalized assisted suicide and euthanasia and then forced their healthcare workers in hospitals and nursing homes and hospices to act against their conscience or their mission or their values. So to force providers to act in this way in Canada would actually be to violate actually Section 2 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It's necessary the federal government legislate protection of conscience or rights for health care professionals in order to respect the Charter and to protect our existing health care system. Federal legislation would send a clear signal to provinces, to the organizations, and to the courts that the right of conscience must be protected. And I argue because medical personnel, supervisory groups cannot, and I will not agree, Parliament should set those guidelines and they should be set in the criminal code. The Minister said a little bit earlier today that the protection is in the Charter, not in the criminal code, but that I think is exactly the concern that Canadians have. The Charter interpretation has gone 180 degrees on the issue of assisted suicide, and there's nothing keeping that from happening as well on Section 2 of the Charter. So, Madam Speaker, we need conscience rights, and what are they? They're the right not to participate, the right not to be forced to refer, and they're a fundamental freedom guaranteed by Section 2 of the Charter. We need to protect the healthcare system. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, I've been told by physicians that they're prepared to leave if they're going to be forced into this, and they are not prepared to go against their own conscience. I think the Ontario College is making a big mistake in thinking that they can force doctors to do this against their conscience. I'm not sure why they think they need to control others who are just trying to do the right thing. Some other suggestions that we heard a little bit earlier about what's wrong with allowing patients to transfer their medical care to a doctor of choice. How about a directory of doctors so people they can identify doctors which provide which services? We live in an electronic age. That shouldn't be difficult. It would give Canadians confidence they can find medical personnel that would not be acting contrary to their care. So, Madam Speaker, I know my time is running out here, but we need to make this, to protect the Charter rights of healthcare professionals, we need to make a criminal offence to intimidate or coerce a healthcare professional to take part directly or indirectly in assisted suicide or euthanasia, and to make it a criminal offence to dismiss anyone from employment for taking that position. I just want to come back to, as I wrap up, to the point that no person should be put in a position where their private rights, which are guaranteed by the Charter, are removed by force. Nothing is more fundamental than being able to live out that which we believe, especially if that belief is aimed at supporting and preserving life.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Madawaska, Restigouche. I listened carefully to the comments and concerns raised by our colleague. I attended the public hearings where the Canadian College of Physicians said that freedom of conscience among physicians who will be providing medical assistance in dying will not be a problem because many of the physicians, the bulk of the physicians, are in agreement with this type of assistance. I would, however, like to hear my colleague expand on his position with respect to Bill C-14, the requirement for a specific provision on this issue on freedom of conscience. How does he justify that with respect to the obligation under Carter in the Supreme Court of Canada decision where it states that people must be provided with assistance, people who are not vulnerable, they must be given this assistance?
Well, I don't think that's difficult to reconcile, but I think we need to be basically aware that when you say in the majority agree, I don't know that I would agree with that, but that does not negate the obligation and the requirement to have conscience rights for those who do not. The majority are agreeing, obviously that's not an issue for them. That's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about that group of people, whether it's a minority or majority, who have said, I'm involved in the medical profession here, I don't want to participate in this, I'm not prepared to do that. I don't know that it's so difficult in this day and age to be able to provide that opportunity for people to say, just a minute, I'm backing out of this. There are other people who have made a choice that they will participate, take part in this, and allow them to do that as well. So I don't think it's a difficult decision to make that. We actually have a suggested bill C-268 by one of our members that talks specifically about the provisions that would be acceptable and very useful in that situation.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Simcoe Break.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Our country has actually been built on fairness and freedom. And as my colleague has already mentioned, the issue with respect to that freedom, empowering each of us as Canadians with regards to our private and individual rights. As a practicing physician, I take very seriously my freedom to make choices for my patients working with them. My concern with respect to what we're focused on here is this principle that binds us together as Canadians, that unites us together, that freedom of choice, is not represented here. I recognize that there have been amendments put forward, particularly to Clause 3, to legally protect those that provide, but it actually does not specify those that do not provide. My concern is that is an issue of freedom as a Canadian. And I would be what I would like to ask the member, Même le Président, je l'ai écouté.
With respect to lack of protection, with respect to freedom of conscience, does the member have any suggestions to make to improve a freedom of conscience?
For Cypress Hills grasslands.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her question. We have a motion before us today with a few basic points, and it seems to me that conscience rights for healthcare professionals are a fundamental freedom. There should be a fundamental freedom, and I argue that they are guarded and protected under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. But the failure to protect those conscience rights within our healthcare system can't do anything but damage our healthcare system. And we have a private member's bill at C-268 that addresses these issues and actually specifically talks about giving people the opportunity to be able to exercise their freedom. I appreciate the minister's attention to this bill. And earlier today, though, she said this does not create a duty that was not there before. And I would argue actually it does, because we're plowing. This is new ground. This is a completely new ground that we're going into. There has never been an expectation in the medical community before that they would need to participate in causing death. And that there are new duties being created here that are not being addressed by C-14 that need to be. And I think that we need to stop, take a look at it, and then try to reapply some of those things that are important in terms of conscience rights.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to participate in this important debate about conscience rights. It's an honor to follow my friend from Cypress Hills Grasslands, and I want to particularly salute the great work done on this motion by the member for Peace River Westlock, someone who's making a great contribution here, not just with his clever SO31 rhymes, but also with his substantive contributions at other times. Now, I think we've had a good debate today, but at the same time, as much as our conventions are to take a liberal view of topicality, there's been a lot of discussion about aspects of C-14 that don't directly relate to conscience. And maybe that underlines the fact that there actually should have been more discussion of C-14 at second reading, and I hope there won't be closure on it at third reading. But I want to focus my comments today on the specific Opposition Day motion, on the issues of conscience. And just first of all, right off the bat, to underline what we're talking about here. The government has talked about an amendment that was brought in at committee to this legislation that discussed conscience rights. I say that discussed conscience rights, but did not protect conscience rights. And I want to read that amendment so members know exactly what we're talking about. This is on page 8 of the reprinted bill, lines 32 to 34. For greater certainty, nothing in this section compels an individual to provide or assist in providing medical assistance in dying. Let's be clear about what that section says. Nothing in this section compels an individual, etc. The concern was never that this section compelled individuals, but rather that the interaction of this legislation and policies at the provincial level, which are pre-existing, which we know exist, without the protections of this legislation, will have the effect of a violation of conscience protection. So it is sleight of hand for the government to say, well, there's nothing in this legislation by itself. It's precisely the interaction of this legislation with existing policies. That is what causes the problem. Now, the government has quite correctly pointed out that Conservative members supported this amendment because it was a very, very small step in the right direction. But on the many substantive problems to this legislation, which we proposed amendments about, we did not see any support from government members. We proposed robust, serious conscience protection, things which wouldn't just reference conscience, but would actually protect conscience. We proposed those amendments. The member for St. Albert and others did an excellent job of presenting and advocating those, but unfortunately to no avail. So this is what we're talking about, is whether or not this legislation should contain robust, meaningful protection of conscience. And for all those members who have today paid lip service to the idea of conscience, I say, why then did the members of the committee not support things that would actually take the necessary action to protect conscience? Now, Madam Speaker, we've heard a number of different arguments about this issue. We've heard comments that, well, conscience rights are already protected in the Charter, so we don't have to worry about them because they're already part of our underlying laws. Well, Madam Speaker, yes, it is correct to say that conscience rights are in the Charter, but it is not at all sufficient to say that we don't need policies and legislation that ensures that those Charter principles are actually implemented. Now, why is this important? Well, first of all, courts are going to show some degree of deference to the legislature when they're interpreting the exact application of these rights. So it is important for the legislature to be clear about the importance of conscience rights to us and how we would like to see it operationalized in particular situations. But also it provides certainty. Without the certainty of guaranteeing positive conscience protection in this legislation, people will have their conscience rights violated, at least in the interim, and will be forced to go to the court to seek a remedy. I am of the view that the current College of Physicians and Surgeons policy in Ontario does violate Section 2 provisions around conscience of the Charter. But this now requires what is happening now, which is a legal challenge. And in the time being, it creates a great deal of problem and uncertainty. It prevents many medical practitioners from participating effectively and serving their patients. So it's not enough to just say, well, we have these guarantees in the Charter, so we don't need to think about them. No, we need to ensure that the rights of conscience are protected in policies and in legislation. And that's why we want to see positive conscience rights protection here. Now, there's been some discussion as well about this jurisdictional question. And it's curious that the government says, on the one hand, well, we've provided conscience protection in this legislation. And then they say, on the other hand, conscience protection isn't something we can provide, it's at the provincial level. Which is it, Mr. Speaker? Their arguments against this motion are, in fact, mutually exclusive. Now, let's be very clear. Their legislation does not provide positive conscience protection, but given that this legislation, C-14, is describing the contours of an exception to the criminal code, it is very much within our rights as the legislature to say that that exception which we are creating in the criminal code has conditions and exceptions within it. There is no principal problem with doing that, and again, as has been discussed, this is something that has been done before when the federal government is involved in areas describing the contours of those exceptions and ensuring conscience protection. Now, I do want to say that we talk here often about the importance of pluralism, about the value of Canadian multiculturalism. And protection of conscience is an essential part of our fabric as a multicultural nation. That people come here from other places, people who have lived here for a long time may have different kinds of traditions, different kinds of values. And multiculturalism isn't just that we look different and eat different food, but it's that we can have substantive different perspectives on what constitutes the good life, and that we can live out those conceptions in our own lives, that we can have discussions, respectful discussions with each other about those different conceptions of the good life. But it is important to have that meaningful, robust concept of multiculturalism, of pluralism existing, that we do protect rights of conscience and religion. Again, it's not enough to just pay lip service to these concepts like pluralism. They need to be protected, and conscience rights provides the foundation on which a well-functioning, pluralistic, and multicultural society is built. And I want to underline as well that conscience rights are a right of non-interference. They're not a demand to interfere in someone else's life. An expectation of the protection of a conscience right is simply the expression of someone saying, just leave me alone. Just let me do my own thing with my own medical practice. I'm not going to interfere with someone else, but just let me do what I wish to do within my own sphere. That's all those who are seeking conscience protection are asking for, Madam Speaker. So why won't the government ensure that doctors who want to provide good service for their patients, who want to provide palliative care and other necessary services, and who may have a different conception of the good life or of some of these moral questions than others do, why won't the government just ensure that those people are left alone? they're not asking for anything special. They're asking to be left alone so that they can continue to do the good work that they want to do. But one of the counter arguments we hear then is, oh, well, but health care is public. So given that there's some degree of public involvement, the state should somehow be able to dictate the terms of health care up to the point of taking away individual conscience. Well, Madam Speaker, isn't it curious that as soon as the state is partially involved in something, that there's this automatic assertion that conscience rights and the rights of the individuals involved goes out the window. Given that healthcare is in practice provided as a partnership between, yes, state funding and individuals who are acting within that system, who are motivated not just by the funding that comes from the state, but by values, by compassion, by a desire to serve their patients. Given that healthcare is a partnership between community groups, volunteer donors, those that fundraise for local hospitals, as well as the state, why not protect the conscience rights of individuals, of institutions, so that they can continue to provide services that reflect their values? And we've talked a lot here about law, about theory, about principles of rights, but let's bring this back to something very concrete and practical. Madam Speaker, I've mentioned the name before of Dr. Nancy Naylor, who's a palliative care physician in Strathroy, Ontario. Now, I haven't spent a lot of time in Strathroy, but I don't suspect that there are a very large number of palliative care physicians there. She is leaving the practice of palliative care because she is concerned that her conscience will be infringed as a palliative care physician. We can talk back and forth about the theory of the rights that are at play here. But what is the cost to this doctor's patients? Never mind her and her career, but her patients. The many people who don't want to die, who just want access to good quality palliative care. What about them, Madam Speaker? Every time a doctor is forced to leave a jurisdiction because of an infringement on their conscience rights, that affects far more patients who lose access, whether that's a family doctor, a palliative care physician. That affects far more patients than the doctor or the doctor's family. So whatever you think about this, I think, arguably important a theory of conscience rights, think about the impact on patients. Think about the impact on our already woefully inadequate system of palliative care. Please support this important motion.
Comité 13h15.
It being 1:15, pursuant to order adopted Thursday, May 12, 2016. All questions necessary to dispose of the motion are deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, May 17, 2016, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is standing on a point of order.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I suspect that if you were to canvass the House, you'd find support to call it 1:30 at this time so we can begin private members' hour.
Is there unanimous consent? Yes. Carried. It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members.
Orders of the day.
Private members' business. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-241, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act, school authorities, standing in the name of Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh, seconded by Ms. Leach, moves that Bill C-241, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act, school authorities, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to speak to the merits of my first private member's bill, which is Bill C-241, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act, school authorities, which seeks to reimburse every school board across this country 100% of the goods and services tax, better known as the GST. Let me give you a little background on this. Canadians pay for their schools either through municipal or provincial taxes. These schools are then charged 100% GST on almost everything they purchase and service they require. Madam Speaker, they are subsequently reimbursed 68% of the GST after completing cumbersome and time-consuming paperwork quarterly. Quite simply, the GST is a tax on tax. Nationally, for the fiscal year of 2014-15, the 32% GST that was not refunded amounted to almost $187 million. I just want to give a shout out today, if I can, to Jaylyn Middleton's grade 5 class at Buena Vista School in Saskatoon. They are following this bill, Madam Speaker, with great interest, like thousands, and I mean thousands of other students across this great nation. Not only is this an important bill, it is an educational component to the curriculum in this country. Thank you also to Jaylyn Cherwaniak, the teacher librarian at the school, for organizing a visit for me that was educational not only for me as it was for the grade 5 class. The Canadian School Boards Association unanimously supports this bill, Bill C-241. Their president, Janet Ford, stated in a letter to the Prime Minister, "This is not about federal government spending money to school boards. It is about stopping the clawback of the support provided through provincial grants and federal transfer payments. This is illogical that school boards, as publicly funded, taxpayer-funded institutions, should be paying the goods and services tax." I have served for many years on the Saskatoon Board of Education as a trustee and also became an executive member of the Saskatchewan School Boards Association. So I know firsthand what this money would mean to our schools in Saskatchewan. In fact, Madam Speaker, it would have amounted to over $8 million in the year of 2014-15, shared among the 28 school divisions. So let's listen then, Madam Speaker, to what a number of school divisions have said about this Bill C-241 in my province of Saskatchewan. The Saskatoon Board of Education has expressed their full support for this bill because in their fiscal year of 2014-15, the division paid $2.2 million in the GST. Yes, they received the rebate of $1.5 million. But, Madam Speaker, the remaining $723,000 that was not refunded came out of the school division's reserve. I will add 9 full-time teachers could have been hired with this extra GST money. Not only is the day-to-day learning affected, but so too is the extracurricular under pressure in this country. And Madam Speaker, we're talking about band, we're talking about art, we're talking about drama, we're talking about sports, all that helps to keep our children engaged in our school divisions. I know at one time the board put together a $100,000 for new band instruments. This was well received in our community. Now, the Greater Saskatoon Catholic School Division said if your bill passes, it would give our school division an additional $677,000 annually to increase supports to children in the classroom. We would hire 9 more teachers, or we would hire 21 more educational assistants. The funds received through the 100% GST rebate could pay for increasing supports for English as an additional language for the new immigrants. And as we all know, Madam Speaker, the federal government has a healthy immigration policy, but yet school divisions across this country need federal dollars to support our new Canadians. I have shared with you the numbers for each province that they would get back with this 32% GST rebate. So let me refresh your memory. For the province of Ontario, they would receive $75 million. Quebec, $47 million. Alberta's rebate would be $21 million. BC, $17 million. Manitoba, nearly $9 million. Nova Scotian, $4 million. And we could go on and on and on. I know out of the 338 MPs, many of you were former teachers. Many of you were former administrators. And yes, many of you were former trustees. So I don't have to share what this extra money could do in our classrooms. Money that I believe, Madam Speaker, is well deserved. Now, the majority of provincial governments across this country have taken over the funding of school divisions. School boards can no longer raise their mill rate. They depend on the provincial governments for some of their funding. Now, let me remind you that it wasn't that long ago that municipalities were also funded by taxpayers in a very similar situation. Before 2004, municipalities paid the GST in full, and they got back a 57% in a rebate. They ended up paying, Madam Speaker, 43%. But in the budget of 2004, a former Prime Minister, Paul Martin, and prepared by then the current member from Regina Wascana as the finance minister, they gave the entire GST rebate back to the municipalities. That's right, a full 100% rebate, an improvement from 57%. Did I mention a $7 billion GST relief for municipalities over the last 10 years? This, I don't have to tell you, Madam Speaker, has had a major impact in every community in this country, a positive impact for sure. Now, let me ask you this. This is the same property tax base that pays for school taxes, the same schools that face the same infrastructure problems and the same social challenges as municipalities. Yet, they have been paying 32% of the GST on everything they purchase or the service they use. Quite frankly, tax on tax. Here's another example from the province of British Columbia. They would have received an additional $17.5 million in the fiscal year of 2014-15. They, like every other province and territory, struggled to provide an inclusive school system for all students, including those with special needs. This province's website says, and I quote, "In order to provide inclusive education system in which students with special needs are fully participating members of the community of learners, additional support may be required by means of additional staff, specializing in learning materials, physical accommodations, or even equipment, and assessments to enable them to meet their education and social needs." $17.5 million would go a long way, Madam Speaker, in providing that much-needed additional support in the province of British Columbia. Madam Speaker, when our Conservative government was in power, we reduced the GST. We reduced it from 7% to 6%, and eventually down to 5%, the current level. This was certainly a help to all school divisions in the country, but quite frankly, Madam Speaker, it was not enough. Our school authorities across the country need desperately to be reimbursed for the entire 100% of their GST. After preparing this bill, it was sent out to as many school boards and associations as possible. And let me share with you more responses. From Manitoba, it reads, "I wish to indicate my total support for your private member bill, C-241, which seeks to have the GST paid by school authorities refunded from the federal government at 100% instead of the current 68%. Our Kelsey School Division revenues are severely hampered due to the very low property assessment base, requiring a special needs tax levy that hinders greatly the local taxpayers. The improvement of the full GST rebate, which is a tax-on-tax situation, would result in more direct funding to the education program needs of our school division. Madam Speaker, it was signed by Vaughn Wadelius, who is the chair, the Board of Trustees for the Kelsey School Division, the PAW, Manitoba. And then we hear from Ken Cameron, who is the president of the Manitoba School Boards Association, and I will quote, For many years, the Manitoba School Boards Association, acting both independently and in concert with the Canadian School Boards Association, has long advocated for the increase in the GST rebate to an annual increase in the revenue to be paid out to the school boards. The 32% rebate would equate to the annual increase in revenue of $8.7 million spread out in the Manitoba School Division. That, Madam Speaker, amount in turn would translate to salaries for additional 100 teachers in Manitoba, increased supports for our students who are at risk. This story, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, is not unique at all in this country. May I say the Calgary Board of Education also supports my bill. In 2014-15, they paid a total of $11 million in the goods and service tax, and they received the federal rebate. Back then it was $7.6 million. The CBE was required to fund the remaining $3.6 million. Calgary Board of Education noted they are constantly attempting to do more with less. Core values that the students come first. This continues to be the story, Madam Speaker, in every school division in this country. Jennifer Macaron, who is the chairperson of Sir Wilfrid Laurier School Board, totally supports this initiative. The Quebec English School Board Association has sent support through the Canadian School Boards Association. The Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association, and from their president, Patrick Daly, says this GST rebate would fund critically important school programs in areas such as education, special education, and note, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit curriculum development, something that is going on in all 10 provinces of this country and territories. Teachers, Madam Speaker, from all over this country are very excited about this bill. And I will quote Larry McKilchuk, who teaches in a small rural school. If the GST amount collected were to be fully refunded, the schools would benefit immensely. Larry says this would help to reduce, Madam Speaker, the amounts of time spent for schools and student leadership councils, plus our school community councils in fundraising to support the extracurricular programs in our schools. It is that extracurricular programs that we see that have engaged our students in this country, and it makes them over the finishing line. Me as a trustee for over 10 years saw that directly. If we can entice kids to stay in school with studies and extracurricular activities, we are all better off for it. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues for your attention to Bill C-241 and the benefits it will bring our children and even our grandchildren. I look forward to our continued conversation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Finance Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Say how much I respect the member's point of view and also for private members' bill. I think everyone in this chamber have enormous respect for the time and effort that's put by every member who's putting forward a private member bill. I'm sure the member will be happy that in our budget 2016 there was a number of measures to help students and education across the country. The first was about making post-secondary education more affordable. We enhanced the Canada Student Grant. We make student debt more manageable, Madam Speaker, and we introduce a flat rate for student contribution. So my question to the member is, what is the rationale today for increasing the rebate for school authorities if it's not to provide financing or financial assistance to primary and secondary schools, which is, as he knows well, an area of provincial jurisdiction? And in that regard, I would be very happy if the member could explain what consultation he has had with provincial governments and territories in seeing what exactly would be the unintended consequences of the bill that he's proposing today. Thank you, Madam.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his question. GST is a federal responsibility. It is the federal responsibility. It was back in 1991 when it came into effect. And we haven't updated it, although I might add, and I did say in 2004 it was updated for municipalities. But this is a fair private member's bill. We need to update this. The GST is federal responsible. Now, this government has helped out students on reserves, and I thank you for that, the 2.6 million, or 2.6 billion. But now we need to do more, and this bill would give school boards in our country, in urban and rural situations, that much-needed funding.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm somewhat baffled by the preceding question from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. The suggestion that providing a GST rebate to school boards is somehow an intrusion into provincial jurisdiction seems to miss the fact that the federal government already currently rebates most of the GST paid by school boards. So I wonder if the member for Saskatoon Grasswood could kind of disentangle this and perhaps shed some light on how his bill could possibly be an intrusion into provincial jurisdiction when it's simply augmenting a rebate that already goes to school boards.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Regina Llewellyn. He's absolutely correct. We already have the rebate at 68%. Now, I don't know where that number came from in 1991, as I wasn't here. But you know, yeah, talking notes. But you know, Madam Speaker, why aren't we putting money into our children? I ask you that. Why aren't we giving our children a chance to get to post-secondary education? Absolutely. Because if we don't do this, Madam Speaker, if we don't fill this gap of $187 million coast to coast to coast, there will be no post-education. And that's one of the reasons why I brought forward this private member's bill. It is the responsibility of this government to give the GST back to all school boards as we can educate our children.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey, a quick question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague from Saskatoon Grasswood for his input here. As he said, education is something that I think that we all feel is a part of being Canadian. We pride ourselves on providing that opportunity for freedom and prosperity to young students because they're educated. It's the reason why many people come to this country. As was mentioned by a previous member, this is actually already a mechanism in place. And maybe the member from Saskatoon Grasswood could explain what are the enormous benefits that students across the country will be receiving because of this lowering of the rebate that's asked for by the government, and also maybe the government at some point in time could say why they're voting against students.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood, a quick answer, please.
Yeah, thank you, and I would like to thank my colleague for that question. You know, special needs in this country is growing every day, and with special needs you need special teachers, and we need more educational assistance, Madam Speaker. So yes, this bill is so important for every classroom in this country, and we desperately need this bill to proceed.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre des Finances.
Honourable Parliamentary.
Sorry, point of order. A point of order from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'll be very brief. I would rise on a point of order concerning the order and council appointments tabled earlier today. I'd like to inform the House that some of the appointments tabled are late due to an administrative error by officials. I thank members for their understanding. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Noted with thanks. Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Speaker, I'm very pleased. I'd say to my honourable colleague, I was not looking at talking notes, but I was looking at the facts. And actually, Madam Speaker, not only we spoke, but we acted in the last budget. As I was looking at the numbers to make sure that my honourable colleague who sits on the Finance Committee, by enhancing the Canada student grants, Madam Speaker, we will have given $1.53 billion over 5 years to students and education. So this is the government who's acting, not talking. Madam Speaker, I'd like to speak on behalf of the government regarding Bill C-241. This bill would amend the excess tax to increase the goods and services tax, as we call GST, rebate for school authorities from 68% to 100%, Madam Speaker. The Government of Canada believes that there is no clear rationale for increasing the rebate rate other than to provide financial assistance to primary and secondary school, an area, as I said before, of provincial jurisdiction. We feel that there are much better means to support education in this country, and that's why this bill may encroach on provinces. Without a clear rationale, Madam Speaker, unintended consequences could arise from the other orders of government who do have jurisdiction in this area. That is why we respect the jurisdiction of provincial and territorial government in this and many other important matters. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, it is imprudent to make piecemeal change to GST exemptions, especially in light of the government tax review. As part of our commitment to ensuring tax fairness in this country, the government announced in Budget 2016 that it would be conducting a review of the tax system to ensure our measures are fair, efficient, and fiscally responsible. The principle of fairness was applied when GST was introduced, and the rebates to the public sectors, including school authorities, were designed to ensure fairness. If, as this bill proposed, the government were to arbitrarily adjust the GST rate for one public sector body, this fundamental principle would be undermined. Madam Speaker, while the bill before us focuses on a narrow issue, we are instead focused, as they know well on the other side, on the big picture. This is why in Budget 2016, Growing the Middle Class, we introduced several measures that provide benefits for a broad cross-section of Canadians. The first of which I'd like to bring to your attention, Madam Speaker, is the Canada Child Benefit. Compared to the existing system of child benefits, the new Canada Child Benefit will be simpler, tax-free, more generous, and better targeted to those who need it most. It would put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families, representing the most significant innovation in social policy in a generation. Let me repeat, Madam Speaker, the most significant innovation in social policy in a generation. As well, Madam Speaker, the middle-class tax cut the government introduced last fall is already benefiting nearly 9 million Canadians. These are exactly the kinds of measures that demonstrate fairness and leadership. And through these measures, families will have more money to save, invest, and grow the economy. Returning, if I may, Madam Speaker, to the bill before us, I'd like to provide some context to the House about this bill. When GST was introduced, rebates were provided to certain public services bodies to ensure that their overall tax burden did not increase. In 2004, when the rebate for municipalities was increased to 100%, this additional support was part of a plan to provide long-term funding to help municipalities participate in a larger infrastructure initiative. As such, this was viewed as an exceptional measure. We also have other exceptional measures, the investments made in infrastructure through Budget 2016. In addition to providing direct help to families, we are making strategic investments in order to grow the economy for the long term, Madam Speaker. This will help to better position Canada for the global economy of tomorrow. Over the next 10 years, our government will implement a $100 billion infrastructure plan that will help reshape Canada in the 21st century. Investing in infrastructure creates good, well-paying jobs that help the middle class grow and prosper. But it does far more than that, Madam Speaker. Properly chosen and implemented, these projects can collectively improve Canada's fortunes. By working with our partners to develop world-class transit systems, improve and expand trade corridors, and reduce the carbon footprint of the national energy system, these investments will deliver cleaner growth, improve trade, and ensure the middle class can seize new economic opportunities. Over the next 2 years, Madam Speaker, we will implement a plan to immediately invest in the infrastructure projects Canadians need most: modern and reliable public transit, water and wastewater treatment systems, affordable housing, and retrofits and repairs to protect existing infrastructure. Next, we will take a longer view that will also help support our ambitious vision of a modern, cleaner economy and a more inclusive society, Madam Speaker, that is better positioned to capitalize on global trade. The government believes that municipalities are best placed to make decisions about how to meet the needs of these respective communities. They will be our partners. Their involvement will not just ensure our collective economic success. They will also help to translate a broad vision into tangible change at the community level. We recognize that municipalities are already playing a significant role in federal efforts to upgrade and build infrastructure, but we want to work even closer, Madam Speaker, with you to build our communities. Madam Speaker, our goal remains the same. We are committed to strong economic growth. We need the resolve to follow through on the sustained strategic investments guided by a vision of the future in which all Canadians have a real and fair chance to succeed. This is our government's central mission. We are choosing to take advantage of an historic opportunity to invest in people and the economy and to prepare Canada for a brighter future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we're talking about education, I want to take a moment to congratulate Lindsay Stewart, an early childhood educator from Regina Louvain, who is now in Ottawa receiving a Prime Minister's Award for Teaching Excellence. I would also like to thank the member from Saskatoon-Grasswood for reviving a private member's bill that was presented in the last Parliament by Alex Adamanenko. Now, Madam Speaker, good ideas sometimes cross party lines, so it's great to see a Conservative MP presenting a bill that was previously advanced by a former New Democratic MP. I'd like to make 4 points in this debate. The first one is about the value of education, and I think that the member for Saskatoon-Grasswood already spoke very eloquently on this point. I would really note that education, a strong public school system, provides a foundation for a much more prosperous and also a much more equitable society. So I think that's a goal we should strongly support in this Parliament. But how can the federal government support it? Well, one thing the federal government could be doing is investing in a child care and early learning system. And the current federal government is failing to do that, Madam Speaker. Another thing the federal government could do is transfer money to the provinces in support of post-secondary education. Unfortunately, what we saw in the recent budget was no increase in federal transfers to the provinces relative to the economy. In fact, by 2019-20, the current budget envisions transfers to the provinces that will be $1 billion below what the previous Conservative budget had set forth for that fiscal year. So the government is actually cutting transfers to the provinces in support of public services like post-secondary education. What about the K-12 system? Madam Speaker? Well, as was pointed out by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance, that's in provincial jurisdiction, so the federal government cannot directly fund school boards. However, what the federal government can and should do is stop taxing school boards. So this is a very straightforward proposal for the federal government to simply stop collecting GST from school boards, and we believe that's a tangible thing that can be done to support K-12 education. So that's the first point in favor of this bill. Now, the second point that I want to talk about is fiscal federalism. Before being elected, Madam Speaker, I worked as an economist in the Federal-Provincial Relations Division of the Federal Department of Finance. So I very much like to talk about fiscal federalism. I haven't had too many opportunities in this House, but I think it's a particularly important point given that the government seems to be hanging its hat on this notion of provincial jurisdiction in today's debate. And a fundamental principle of fiscal federalism is that one order of government cannot tax another. So for that reason, provincial crown corporations do not pay federal corporate income tax. Based on that same logic, municipalities do not pay GST. So I would submit, Madam Speaker, that if we're really serious about respecting provincial jurisdiction and really wanting to adhere to the principles of fiscal federalism, that's actually an argument in favor of this bill, because it doesn't make sense for the federal government to be taxing school boards, which are in effect part of provincial jurisdiction. I would say they're very much analogous to municipalities. It doesn't really matter whether it's the municipal government or a separate school authority that runs the schools. They shouldn't be paying tax to the federal government. The third point that I'd like to touch on, Madam Speaker, is that the federal government has indeed imposed some costs on school authorities by increasing the number of refugees coming to Canada. And I want to stress that the NDP is absolutely in favor of extending a helping hand to people who are running for their lives. We certainly pushed hard to have refugees brought to Canada and brought out of the horrific circumstances that they were facing in Syria. But the member for Saskatoon Grasswood is absolutely right to point out that this does create a real cost for the school system, and it would make sense for the federal government to play some role in alleviating that cost. And again, removing the GST from school boards is a straightforward way of achieving that goal. It probably doesn't compensate schools precisely for the amount they're spending on integrating refugees, but it's a simple thing the federal government could do to help school authorities that are trying to make do in spite of this additional cost. Now, speaking of cost, that's the fourth point that I want to make, Madam Speaker, is that the cost of this proposed bill is actually very reasonable. The member for Saskatoon Grasswood talked about $187 million per year. And presumably, the government is opposing this bill because they don't want to have to pay that cost. But I think we need to put it in context. The budget shows that annual revenues from the goods and services tax are about $33 billion. So if you look at $187 million compared to $33 billion, you find that it's only about 0.5% of GST revenues. So the cost of this private member's bill would be about 0.5% of all the money that the GST currently brings in. So it's a very affordable way of helping schools, but at the same time, it is going to provide real dollars to schools that will make a real difference in terms of education and extracurricular activities, which were very well enumerated by the member for Saskatoon Grasswood. The final thought I would share, Madam Speaker, is that all we're really voting on in second reading is whether or not to send this bill to committee. And so if members on the government side are just seriously concerned about the potential cost, or genuinely concerned that it might have some kind of implications for provincial jurisdiction, let's send the bill to committee so we can have a proper study of those things. Those aren't actually arguments to vote against the bill at this stage. So, Madam Speaker, if we value education, if we believe that a strong public school system is necessary to build a more equitable and prosperous society, if we want to respect provincial jurisdiction and fiscal federalism by not having the federal government tax other levels of government, if we want to alleviate the cost on schools from integrating refugees, and if we want to have a further study of this excellent proposal at committee, I would urge all members of this House to vote in favor of the member for Saskatoon Grasswood's private member's bill. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to speak in support of Bill C-241. I, like my colleague from Saskatoon Grasswood, understand what this additional money could mean to our school boards from coast to coast to coast. This is a well-thought-out bill that will benefit all tax-paying Canadians. This is an additional tax burden on what already tax-funded school authorities pay. The GST was lifted from municipalities for precisely this reason, and the same should be true for our schools and the good of our students attending them. So my colleague across the way's comment that we don't want a precedent is wrong, because we already have had a precedent municipally since 2004. Madam Speaker, let me tell you a bit of why I'm passionate about this bill. School is in my blood. My 91-year-old mom was a teacher, starting at the age of 17 in a little schoolhouse in Prince Edward Island, teaching 8 grades. My daughter is a primary school teacher in the GTA. My first job was a teacher's assistant in summer school. And in addition to my professional career, I've been a youth leader for over 32 years, organizing weekends, camps, directing camps, planning activities. I've spent a lot of time with children, and it's through these various endeavors that I've gained an appreciation for the needs of our youth. The most basic need is a good, solid education to start them on the path to success. I don't believe this should be a partisan issue. We all have schools in our ridings, and we all have children in those schools that deserve to have the best education we can give them. Not surprisingly, the author of this bill has received widespread support for this bill from all over the country, and he shared some of their messages with me. One that was very striking came from the Calgary Board of Education. They would have received an additional $3.6 million in fiscal year 2014-15 if they had had the 100% GST refund. Their quote read in part, "To put this in perspective, $3.6 million is equivalent to the entire operating costs of one of our large elementary schools for 600 students." Ce même conseil.
This same Board of Education has welcomed 427 students from Syria and is expecting even more. Imagine how an increase of $3.6 billion to their budget, $1 million rather, to their budget would help offer the services and support that are needed to help these new students. They wrote to the Prime Minister on this subject, and I agree with my colleague in saying that a reimbursement of 100% of the GST would be an excellent way for the government to support our schools.
In my own province of Ontario, the main cities, as you can imagine, have experienced an enormous growth in our student population, while in my riding, they're experiencing declining enrollment. The following is a quote from the Lambton-Kent District School Board's annual budget. While the provincial funding amount is stable year over year, about 2/3 of the Grants for Student Needs funding is enrollment-based. This declining enrollment in our region has a significant impact on the GSN funding, requiring cost-saving measures to be implemented. Just this week, on the front page of the Ottawa Citizen was an article about the radical choices the Ottawa-Carleton District School Board is having to make. Their 2016-17 budget proposes many cuts, among them upwards of 38 teachers, 4 ESL teachers, 4 principals and vice principals, and 47 administrators, support, and learning support staff. This is all to cover a $9.3 million budget shortfall. The additional 32% GST rebate would cover almost half of that shortfall in Ottawa. Let's talk a bit more about the cost of doing this. The lost revenue from rebating 100% of the GST has been said to be about $187 million. And we talked about how that compares to the revenues received. Let's talk about how it compares to some other things. Compared to the $10 billion in interest we're going to pay each year on our deficit, it's a small amount. Compared to the $2.65 billion we gave to the Foreign Climate Change Fund, or the $1.2 billion for Syrian refugees, or the $5 billion in foreign aid, It's a small amount. And these are Canadians who will benefit from this bill. Our children, who deserve a bright future. Our children are our most important asset. They are the future. This week, during Science Odyssey, there were many activities promoting more young people to get interested in science. I loved when Minister Duncan said, "Children are born curious." This is a fact. And stimulating that curiosity with science-based activities in school requires funding that current school boards are struggling to find. So the money rebated back through Bill C-241 could also help more school boards put focus on science. More science in schools from the early ages on up will encourage boys and girls to enter this field where the future of well-paying jobs lies. Madam Speaker, another thing I like about this bill, C-241, is that the mechanism to rebate the money to school boards is already in place. Since municipalities and other organizations receive their rebates, no new structure has to be put in place to make it happen. It can be done quickly and cost-effectively. Think of the cost of the kinds of activities school boards are trying to promote these days. Robotics, computers, coding, all of these things cost more than the crayons of old. And here's an easy way to help schools and to help our children as well. I was glad to hear the member talk about another example of curriculum that's been added to the schools, the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit component. As a mother of 2 non-status Métis children, I am proud to see this introduction. The Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association has said that they would use this rebate to implement that curriculum. One other thing I will say, Madam Speaker, is looking through the gender lens of a gender-based analysis, which we're currently studying in our Status of Women Committee, we see that teaching is a profession that is more predominantly women than men, especially at the primary grade level. It's also a fact that with many cuts to the school board budgets that have occurred over the years, many teachers are now having to purchase with their own money their own supplies for arts, crafts, and activities within their classroom. We would never imagine making a construction worker responsible to pay for the equipment they are using, nor would we expect policemen and firefighters to pay for the tools of their trade. However, we do see in this female-dominated environment, we do see this. And so the returning of this full GST rebate to the school boards would, in my opinion, ease this gender-biased burden and can be part of the measures described in Budget 2016. So I encourage you to support C-241. I'm not sure if this is the shortest bill ever written, just 30 words, but I do know that this little bill, if successful, would have the biggest positive impact that schools have experienced in a very long time. And let me say that the loss to the government coffers is minuscule in the whole scheme of things, minuscule to the government, but gigantic to the students who attend our Canadian schools. I thank the member for Saskatoon-Grasswood for bringing forward this very positive initiative, and I thank my colleagues on all sides of the chamber for your attention to C-241 and the benefits it will bring about for our children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government of the House of Commons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's with pleasure that I rise and address the private member's bill. You know, I do find it very encouraging when we have private members that take an initiative upon themselves to try to make a difference, and no doubt, and I applaud this particular member in terms of what it is that he's hoping to be able to get before us so that there can be some sort of a discussion about the issue of taxation and how taxation impacts not only individuals but different types of entities that are out there. I do find it relatively interesting that, you know, the Conservatives, as we all know, were in government for 10 years. And they had the opportunity to invoke the type of change that's being promoted within this particular bill, and they had chosen not to do so. Now, I don't. Time for real change. Yes, and we are going to see real change. Madam Speaker, with the new government, I can assure the member of that, and I'll talk a little bit about that real change. But it is worthy of noting, and I suspect that if we would have had dialogue with the Minister of Finance, who was conservative at the time, the type of arguments that he would have been bringing forward would have been something to the effect of what is the actual cost to it? Where are you going to get the money to replace it? We're talking in excess of probably estimated about $200 million a year in terms of lost revenue. The member indicates it's less than $100 million, Madam Speaker. I think that if you take a look at the percentage difference, because it is important for us to recognize, and I do believe the member did, that there is a current rebates that's there. So when we talk about the actual dollar amount, my understanding is that it's closer to $200 million over the years. And if we take a look at those selected boards where there are rebates, we're talking about municipalities. As has been pointed out, I believe it was in 1994 where it was raised to 100%, recognizing through our municipalities and the important role that they play. And there's different types of stakeholders at the time that had articulated as to why it is that we needed to move in that direction, Madam Speaker. And it was 2004, I believe it was a Liberal administration back then that recognized that, yes, this is something that had some value to it. We also give exemptions to universities and public colleges, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 67%. If we take a look at our school authorities today, and this is where the member is trying to enhance, today is estimated it's about 68%. And then hospital authorities, facility operators, and external suppliers based on 83%. And what we're really talking about is that gap between 68% and 100%. And this is what the member is actually advocating for. I know that there was a question that was put forward to the member in regards to the type of consultation or representations that might have been made to the member. I'm not too sure in terms of exactly where the provinces themselves might be at. We also need to take into consideration when you talk about school boards or school entities that there is public entities and there are private entities. And I'm not 100% clear. I believe that the member, by his actions across the aisle, is implying that it would apply to all, both private and public. And, Madam Speaker, I don't know in terms of to what degree if that would be an additional cost. Well, there would be an additional cost factor to it, Madam Speaker. I can assure you of that if you have both private and public. I think that the government, the current government, has been very clear in terms of what our taxation priorities are. We do recognize the need for reforming our taxation, and we have seen some of the most significant changes probably in the last 15, 20 years in terms of taxation policy, with an underlining theme that what we want is taxation to be fair. We want people to be paying their fair share. And that's why we've seen one of the first initiatives that was taken by this government, I believe it was Bill 2 back in December, was to have a middle-class tax break, which will ultimately benefit all Canadians indirectly. Directly, 9 million Canadians, Madam Speaker. And that was a very important priority of this administration. Along with that particular tax change, Madam Speaker, we saw a tax increase that was provided for those of Canada's most wealthiest, in excess of $200,000 a year. Again, with the idea, Madam Speaker, that people and Canadians have an expectation that there will be fair taxation policy. Madam Speaker, when we think of that and we apply Bill 241 to the principle, I can tell the member that the Government of Canada has not given up, that we recognize that there are many different inequities that are there within our taxation policies, and it's one of the reasons why we're suggesting that there be more broadly, as part of a commitment to strengthen the middle class and grow the economy in the long term. In the coming year, the government is made a commitment to undertake a review of the tax system as a whole to ensure all tax measures are fair, efficient, and fiscally responsible. Madam Speaker, I think that it's very important for us to recognize that as the federal government, we also have a responsibility to work with the different stakeholders and to get a sense from those stakeholders where it is that they believe that the inequities are and how it is that we might be able to assist in trying to cure some of those inequities. At the same time, to establish some priorities in terms of where it is that we might be able to act. Wouldn't it be wonderful, Madam Speaker, if the Conservatives had left us in a better situation as opposed to a deficit, if they would have provided us a better situation where we could just wave a wand and see if we can deal with all tax inequities and deliver the types of tax breaks that we would definitely, I can tell you on the Liberal side, that we would like to be able to deliver. But it might take a little bit of time, Madam Speaker, in order for us to do that. But do not underestimate the commitment of this government's ability to work with others, to try to deal with issues that come before the House of Commons, like the member opposite and bringing forward Bill 241. We recognize that that is an issue in which, at some point, we will have to cross. Now, I would suggest to whether it's the Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Finance or the current Minister of Finance in the negotiations and the discussions and the consultations that take place between now and going forward into the future, that one of the agenda items could very well be the issue of our school divisions, both public and our private schools, and put it onto the table. In fact, I would encourage the member across the way to continue to lobby in the ways in which he can. As I know, through consultations from the Liberal government or from the Government of Canada, what we've seen is a genuine commitment to work with Canadians, consult with Canadians on the very important issues of tax fairness. And I can assure members, as we witnessed, even in that very small window from the moment in which we took office to the time in which we presented legislation on tax fairness to the presentation of the budget, that literally hundreds and thousands, and if you factor in the internet, hundreds of thousands of Canadians that were actually brought into the circle of consultation in hopes to improve upon our system, Mr. Speaker. So the good news is, to the member across the way, even if he doesn't get what it is he wants within this particular piece of legislation, at the end of the day, he's looking across the way at a government that's genuinely concerned about looking at the ways in which we can have tax reform, and we will do our work in terms of talking to the many different stakeholders that are out there, because we want what all Canadians want is a higher sense of tax fairness, Madam Speaker. And I see my time has unfortunately already expired, so I will leave it at that, Madam Speaker, unless members would like to give me leave to.
Before we resume debate, I just want to remind the members of the official opposition. I know that this is a passionate issue, and I would just say that please extend the respect that was provided to you during the debate to make sure that everybody can hear what is being said. And as we resume debate, I just want to remind the member that I will unfortunately have to interrupt him at some point as we near 2:15. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As a teacher myself, for both adults and high school students for about 10 years, I'm very pleased to take part in this debate on Bill C-241. We know that school authorities right now have a GST tax rebate of 68% of what they pay, and this bill would amend the Excise Tax Act so that they would get back 100%. It would thereby increase the funding available to our school authorities, which is very important, and I'm going to be supporting the bill with pleasure. This bill was already introduced in the past by the NDP, Alex Adamanenko, who did a very good job as a parliamentarian in the time that I worked with him, and so I understand the relevance and importance of this bill to help school authorities. I agree that we need to continue to call on the federal government to assume its responsibility, even though it can't interfere in provincial jurisdiction, but to provide funding for health and for education through transfers to enable the provinces to be able to invest adequately. And there is no reason that the GST rebate should be 68% instead of 100%. There's no clear logic for the 68%, and the school authorities very much need the funding. I would like to congratulate the school board elected officials and people involved in education in my riding. In the Deschênes School Board, Jean-François Houle is the chair of that board, and he's been doing excellent work as chair after taking over from the previous chair, who was also very good in the work that he did and attended all sorts of community activities. So I want to thank both of these people for their involvement, their hard work that they do outside their regular day jobs. I would also like to mention Christiane Desbiens, who retired in December 2015. She was very active as the executive director of the school board, and her work was very important in maintaining the school board's activities and in helping us increase our school completion rate. I want to welcome France Lefebvre, who is the current executive director. Just a few weeks ago. And so I want to welcome her and wish her all the best in her tasks. I'm very pleased to see that the work will continue and that we will be able to meet the challenges that we have. We also have other people in Collège Saint-Bernard, in Grand Drummond, the University of Quebec in Trois-Rivières. We have a lot of work to do together in education. Thank you.
Alors, le temps de débat est...
The time for debate has now expired. And I would just indicate to the member for Drummond that he will have about 6 minutes to speak the next time this bill is debated. The time allotted for private members' business has now expired, and this item now falls to the bottom of the order paper.
p.m. This House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24 sub 1.